To make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, I'm Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. We're the guys behind the 94 WIP morning show that plays Philly sports fans turn to every morning.
Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers. If it matters in this city, we're talking about it.
We bring real opinions, smart analysis, and yeah, some chaos too.
From breaking news to big-name guests, it's all here.
Whether you're tailgating or stuck in traffic, we've got your Philly sports fix.
Follow and listen to the 94 WIP morning show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and get new episodes every weekday.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. The Jug is famous for their award-winning wings. Try the Tony Bruno sauce. But they offer so much more. The Jug is perfect for lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots, and great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamints and find them online at thejughandleinn.com.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dried kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So this morning, some of the breaking news that we've talked about, I know that our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, on Fox and Friends just this morning, and now we can report this, as I know that locally NBC 10 was reporting it, that in fact it looks like we're going to have some officials, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, on hand as the Mint here in Philadelphia will be producing the final pennies. You think about a penny for your thoughts back in 1793. A penny, it could go for maybe a candle, a piece of candy. Today, not so much. And because of that, the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia is set to strike its last circulating penny today as the president, obviously, as you know, this administration canceling the 1 cent coin because the cost to make the coin is, 15 plus cents. So President Trump said, well, sorry, but the penny has got to go. So we'll see the Treasury Secretary here I believe, in some Treasury officials here in Philadelphia today. So that kind of tees us up, if you will, for the latest, and that's talking about taxes and obviously can we play that really quick? I think it's relevant. Let's hear the Treasury Secretary talking about some good news to come.
I'm also the IRS commissioner. So what I can see is that with the president's signature campaign promises, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility of loans if you buy an American car, Americans didn't change their withholding for 2025.
Right.
So we're going to see substantial refunds for working families at the beginning, in the first quarter of 25. They'll change their withholding at the beginning of the year, and that will be a natural, real wage growth.
So real wage growth, I think that tees us up well for Mike Palace joining me now, Director of Tax Policy with Americans for Tax Reform. Good morning, Michael. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. So, it's all about the economy, as the old saying goes. It's all about the economy, stupid. This is what everybody cares about as far as tax reform and our refunds or lack thereof. And so what do you see here with the Trump administration, what they're working hard for with regard to every American and the affordability issue that is front and center in the headlines this morning?
Well, that was such a great clip you just played of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and he's exactly right on this. After 2017, when Republicans initially passed the Trump tax cuts in his first term, one of the main lies we had to deal with from Democrats, and we had to educate the public, was Democrats telling Americans they were going to get a smaller tax refund. Of course, that's actually a good thing normally, because that's giving the government an interest-free loan, letting the government borrow money from you for free. But Bessent is right here this time around, because we have these pro-growth tax policy kicking in right now in 2025 that employers haven't taken advantage of yet. Taxpayers should be excited for fatter tax refunds this time around. And it's because of pro-growth policy, not because you gave the government a free loan, but because your employer hasn't done their withholdings properly. You're going to get a higher tax refund than normal. And on top of this, we have a lot of the new provisions: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, new tax deductions for seniors, and of course, new expensing provisions kicking in for businesses that are massively going to increase workers' wages. These are all things to be excited about. They're going to move the economy. They're going to put more money in people's pockets by letting them keep more of their own money, not spending, not causing inflation.
You know, one of the things that President Trump has talked about recently, and I think he's so correct in this, is talking about messaging. That one of the things that President Trump has said, Republicans, and I don't know, maybe I'll blame myself, maybe those of us in news and or even talk radio, we've been bad about talking about the wonky stuff with policy, but putting it into the common sense language that every person cares about. The messaging, and the messaging matters, of course. Just talking about things like this, that maybe people glaze over when you start talking about tax reform. But I guess my question to you is, how can we put this in a way that every person understands that this is where it's at? It might not be sexy, Mike, but this is what matters to every single American, no matter how much you make, no matter if you're feeding your family, a young family, you've got kids in college, you're a grandparent. And so how do we explain that in a way that anybody watching on YouTube, anybody listening to us here on Talk Radio 1210, that they can understand this right here, this is the issue moving forward?
No, you're absolutely right. And what we have to do is keep getting that message out. The One Big Beautiful Bill, Trump's signature legislation, it was such a sweeping piece of legislation that it is hard to focus on some of the important provisions of this. I was thinking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on one small thing that this bill did that's he's now handling. You had a complete repeal of Biden's Venmo and PayPal tax, new reporting requirements to the IRS that were set to kick in this year. Folks might remember this. They took the $20,000 reporting requirements for your Venmo and for your PayPal account, and Biden lowered it all the way to $600. Over 20 million people were going to get a new tax form for the first time saying, hey, the IRS needs to see your tax form for everything you've done on Venmo and PayPal. That's completely repealed in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, restored to $20,000, meaning millions of people, tens of millions of people aren't going to have to deal with this major IRS headache getting a new tax reform, new tax document for the first time. That's one of the many small examples in this bill that don't get the attention it deserves. But as a whole, we need to focus on how this bill is increasing wages for families. In 2019, the year after the Trump tax cuts were first enacted, we saw more wage growth for households in 1 year than the entirety of the Obama administration. That's the type of thing Republicans are seeing the second half of this year and hopefully going into next year as these provisions start to kick in. We have to get the story out about how families' real wages are increasing. They didn't increase for the first 3.5 years under Joe Biden. That's why people are frustrated with the economy, why affordability and high prices continue to be an issue. We have to get the message out that we are bringing those costs down and we're putting more money in people's pockets.
Yeah, and you think about this, Mike, you mentioned Venmo. And so that's a great example of all of us use it. And I will say moms. So in my mom's group, and you're at the high school, you're like, just Venmo me if you owe this or that. Some moms are like, oh, I'm making cute little ornaments, trying to do a fundraiser for the kids, or maybe to bring in some extra money, And so those kinds of issues, and we had a lot of people in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, I will say, because a lot of people who ran a small business, especially in Philadelphia after the lockdown that we had, strictest in the nation, ridiculous during the pandemic. So a lot of those individuals trying to make up a little bit here and there, to make ends meet. And that's a great example that you bring forth about Venmo. So whether it's even involving charity or moms groups, I will say that's one thing that we use all the time and that we were nervous about. Or for people just making a little extra something, whether it was a garage sale, making cookies, making little home crafts, but actually it all adds up, and they were worried about it.
And think about it, if you're a young person, you're in New York City dealing with Mamdani as your mayor now. Your situation under Biden would have been if you're splitting your rent with a roommate, and you're the one who pays the landlord, and your roommate Venmos you to pay you back. The burden would have been on you to tell the IRS, no, I didn't actually make money. I was just splitting rent with my roommate. That would have been such a headache for millions of people.
Yeah, it's so true. I wanted to get to the Mamdani issue because I saw in one of you were posting on social media that, and I love this because a lot of people were, swept away with Mamdani and the new mayor-elect in New York, talking about affordability in ways and all of that. And of course, again, I go to media and messaging. What's the Republican answer to Mamdani, Mike?
Well, from a political standpoint, we do have to recognize his solutions, his policies are terrible. But as a politician, he was single issue focused on affordability. It's been the issue that's been dominating politics for the last 4 years. I think we have to do more to talk about it. There's plenty of policy we put forward that already addresses it, but we can always do more. One of the things we've been looking at and Americans for Tax Reform has been pushing is the indexation of capital gains to inflation. So this is something anyone who owns a house who's been sitting and locked into a low mortgage payment, you have a massive penalty when you sell your home. Yep. The massive tax penalty. This is something that Trump looked at in the first administration. The idea essentially saying, hey, when you go and sell your house, when you sell an asset, you shouldn't pay tax on that inflation of it. I think this is an across-the-board answer to the inflation of the Biden years, something that would massively improve the housing market and something that Republicans and the Trump administration has the authority to do by executive action that they considered in the first term. We're encouraging them, as one example, an action that Trump can do on his own that would bring affordability down and a policy that would directly address housing.
And so what's your take on the so-called 50-year mortgage debate? And just for full disclosure, obviously I'm talking to you because I'm not a financial genius. I can only say as a homeowner, and I'm lucky because I'm a hero in my house because I found a house that needed a lot of work here in Philadelphia when my husband and I were married 25 years ago. But I also owned this little home that I had for my parents in a little place called Naples, Florida, sold it and paid off our mortgage, which was like, now as a wife, I'm a hero for that. So I'm blessed with that. But over the years, we had done a refi. So my answer to a 50-year mortgage for people is like, you're looking at just getting in the game, and then you can just do a refi when interest rates get lower. Am I wrong there?
No, I think it's a very interesting idea, and I think, again, it shows the need and Republicans understanding they have to do something to address housing. I believe there are some countries where this is legal to do, but part of the problem we've seen is that insurance companies haven't actually, mortgage lenders haven't actually offered the product. You do have concerns about, does someone live long enough to fully pay off their 50-year mortgage? And then, of course, to understanding that on the consumer end of it, that's something that will bring down your monthly payment, but will ultimately require more interest payments. So there's trade-offs to everything. It's obviously a new, interesting idea. I think we need to see kind of more on paper of what the government's actual role in that would be. But yeah, it certainly, I think, shows how housing is top of mind right now for everyone.
And then the other issue I would say is that for a lot of Americans, when you think about the baby boomer generation, even my Gen X generation, So we've worked enough that we have a lot of money that's in 401ks or pensions or those types of different accounts that we get charged because we're still working. So we get charged a ton, maybe 30%, if we take our own money out, even to help a child, an adult child, buy a house, or if we want to fix up the house. So what about tapping into our own money? In other words, saying, hey, if you want to tap into your own money, no matter what your tax bracket, it's a one-time fee, but it's only 5% one time you get to do this. Wouldn't something like that spur the economy? Because now you're doing, windows and roofs and, you know what I mean? Like, just get things moving.
Well, I think you're coming at this the right way, where certainly what you want to be doing is you want to be removing government barriers, taxes that penalize the housing market, that reduce economic activity that you would otherwise engage in. I think a good example is if you look at the savings accounts improvements Republicans have made in the One Big Beautiful Bill. You can go to the new Trump savings account that Ted Cruz led on. You can look at what they did at HSA expansion, and then understanding that there's, looking at policy too, where you have an exemption on things like your 401k when you're using it for a down payment on a house. But the improvement in increasing the amount of people who have access to these savings accounts reduces the tax penalty on savings and investment and leads to more economic activity while lowering prices. That's the approach we have to take about lowering taxes, lowering government regulation, and burdensome regulations.
One of the graphics, and I keep going back to this, and I think you had reposted this, and it's a graphic talking about what is the most expensive. So hospital services have grown exponentially. College tuition and taxes have grown exponentially, anything medical. But then you look at things like TVs or computer software, cell phone services, and basic clothing, anything that basically the government, you go back to like Ronald Reagan's statements, anything that the government did not try to regulate basically because of capitalism did well. Anything like hospital services or colleges that the government got really involved with reforming or, meddling with, those things we can't afford.
No, you make a great point, and this is coming out of the shutdown especially, where Democrats tried and failed to make the shutdown about the expiring COVID-era healthcare subsidies. Is the perfect example. The American people were told, the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, that you could keep your doctor and it was going to lower premiums. It failed to do both of those things. You even see the Washington Post editorial board coming out to make this point, which is unusual to back Republicans in a fight. But we have to understand the reality that these healthcare premiums are going up regardless of whether or not these boosted subsidies expire. These were temporary COVID-era policy. Same thing when we had, the checks going out to people. I think everyone understood it was temporary policy. You look at these subsidies that go directly to insurance companies. They have 4x the S&P 500 since we've had Obamacare implemented, since they've been getting these subsidies while healthcare premiums completely skyrocket. It's something I think, we should understand that we have a broken healthcare system because Obamacare is failing. And the only answer from the left is to continue subsidizing, sending other people's taxpayer dollars to insurance companies. This is just how you keep digging a bigger hole. The same with education. If you subsidize college degrees, you're going to have more people going to college, and the price of education is going to go up. It's the same thing with our healthcare system. The more we have these Obamacare subsidies, the more the real price is going to increase.
And, Mike, as we continue the conversation with Mike Palace, I just wanted to point out to you that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was talking about something near and dear to our hearts. Our executive producer, who I know you spoke to initially this morning, Dan Borowski, he and his wife, Maisie, are in fact, they just are celebrating the birth of their baby daughter, first child, and very exciting time for them. But actually, Secretary Bessent was promoting President Trump's accounts with $1,000 in stock investments for newborns. Dan and Maisie, Mr. and Mrs. Borowski, are directly impacted by this. Can you explain that to young couples, just having their first or maybe a new baby?
And I have an 8-month-old as well, so I'm looking forward to the policy too. So for anyone who's having a newborn for 2 years, 2025 and 2028, there's a new savings account created for you in which you will start off with a starting balance of $1,000. There's been some wondering about why is that necessarily a good idea to have the government, give you $1,000 in a starting account? But I think it's an interesting idea where it's kind of a blunt instrument being used. But the problem we've always had with savings accounts is people, one, just lack of information, not taking advantage of it, and then people who are living more paycheck to paycheck, not having the availability to contribute regularly. I think the idea here is if you have a starting balance, you are far more likely to make contributions to use your account. It's an experiment. I think it's a good one, and we'll see how it goes.
What else? Tell me something good. There's so much bad news every morning. They call me Donnie Downer sometimes. There's so much bad, but tell me something good that you're looking forward to, and not just congratulations with your 8-month-old baby, like something that you look forward to. Yeah, you're looking forward to, especially in the upcoming 2026.
Well, one, I think we should, I'm optimistic, and we should give credit. There's a lot of times we complain about Republican leadership here, but this was a major deal with Democrats trying to make this shutdown about Obamacare. If Republicans had caved and even done a one-year extension, I think that politically, practically means these increased subsidies were never going to go away. The Obamacare hole was going to we're going to keep digging it. It was going to keep getting worse and worse. But Republican leadership, both Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune in the Senate, and of course President Trump, they held the line here, and they deserve full credit for that. It's a real win for conservatives that Republicans did not buckle here. I can't stress that enough. So I think that is a really good sign of what happens when the Republican Party hangs together, hangs united, and we can deliver conservative wins.
Yeah, well, I think they knew they were right, and I'm glad that they just stayed strong. That's part of it, and stayed united. Listen, Mike Palace, it's always great to talk to you and hear from you, our favorite tax reformer. Until next time, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Take care.
What a guy. Well, I think his boss might have something to say about the,
what?
Being the favorite tax reformer of the Dawn Stensland show. That being Grover Norquist, another good friend of the show. Yes.
He was like, "Oh, thank you."
Like, oh yeah, could I hear that from Grover?
Yeah,
tonight.
right. He's the fave tax reformer. No, I mean Scott Bessent gets the big title. He gets the Treasury Secretary. He gets he's our favorite Treasury.
If you're watching on YouTube too, you might be wondering what I was showing there. I had B-roll footage of the U.S. Mint going ahead of a trip.
Very cool.
Yeah, of Bessent here to Philadelphia, as you mentioned.
So here this afternoon in the last penny, which can you imagine? That would be a huge collectible, by the way, to get the last penny printed.
But how do you know do you think they're going to do like a special thing for the last?
I mean, no, they'll probably give them out next summer. It's a great little thing to write the 250th.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Penny for your thoughts. What will he say now? A dollar for your thoughts, or
a nickel for your thoughts?
A nickel, or like the Dollar Tree, it'll be $1.25.
If you offer someone a dime for their thoughts, they might be expecting something else.
Right. Ooh, yeah, that's true. I'm not a rat. So yeah.
Hey, we got to hear about the great trip you got coming.
Yeah, we'll talk about the great trip. And, I have to apologize because normally we would have kept that breaking news. When we have breaking news, it's our goal. And that's what we started that transition with from Kale & Co. into the Dawn Show. But we like to have it seamless. So normally that's why we bring in, right, like a Linda Kearns or something.
Yep.
Somebody, or Frank and Ian or somebody like that could have just joined in the conversation. So we always have those conversations in the commercial break, saying, that would have been great to continue. So we will continue the conversation ongoing today with that Epstein and those emails. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. And we always appreciate your commentary. I'm getting DMs, I'm getting text, Dan, so I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. But if you haven't heard, conservativetours.com, got a little old Europe music here. So we're going to be discovering it's not Italy this time. We're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. So with the Roman Empire, they referred to this as Finisterre, the end of the earth. But we'll be calling this place home for 10 days, 10 glorious days. This is next spring. So if you're one, and we have a whole group, and we've all become friends. We get together, not enough. But we do get together. We become dear friends. And we have our group text. So thank you for those of you who were on the down low. And I know, so this is already booking up this trip.
Is this the same group that came out to the remote out
yes,
there?
Yes. So I missed a couple of the Zioli nights and Halloween night. A lot of you were there, but oh my gosh, it's so much fun.
I love that.
Great group, great camaraderie.
Really is.
Right?
Life of the party. Anytime they show up anywhere. It's like, oh, there's Dawn's Italy group.
So join the group if you have never joined before, but Conservative Tours and Ken Chase just specially designing this just for you, for our listeners here at 1210, dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. And sometimes we get a little, it's always 4-star, but I will tell you on these trips the last few years, every once in a while you get a little 5-star. You literally get better than you ever could have imagined. And those are just some of the wonderful surprises that, I mean, it's just like, OMG, I can't believe this. Pinch me. It's heaven. $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare too from Philadelphia. Airfare from Philadelphia. By the way, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, brimming with seafood restaurants, Abydos and Fatima, of course, the elegance of Coimbra. Call 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com, because if you go to conservativetours.com, you're going to see all the images. So they post everything, the full itinerary, conservativetours.com. Or maybe you're just going, nope, I want in, because the last time we did, unfortunately, we were over, we filled up too quickly, and some of you couldn't go. So 888-733-9494. Just join me. The history, the camaraderie, the cuisine, unique beauty of the secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you at Bellum Tower. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped with 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening this week through Friday. 2 locations, in Media at the Hampton Inn or in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Go to estatesroadshow.com for locations. estatesroadshow.com.
The best gatherings always start in the kitchen, so get yours ready for the holidays with Kitchen Magic. This fall, take advantage of our biggest discount ever, up to 30% off kitchen cabinets or refacing, and 50% off bathroom installation. Every Kitchen Magic design is American-made and manufactured in Nazareth, PA, tariff-proof and built with care by a family-owned team since 1979. With over 60,000 happy customers and interest-free financing available, there's no better time to transform your home. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and make this fall truly magical.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable, it is fast, and for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Don Stensland. Weekdays 10 till noon. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Well, finally, looks like here in Pennsylvania, what is this, going on 5 months later? Nobody really talks about it. It's so funny. But because it's Josh Shapiro, in my opinion. But Pennsylvania's top legislative leaders sending their members the $50.1 billion budget deal and I'm looking at a story that says after weeks of negotiation, what are we on, day 135 or something crazy, I believe. So this thing, they should have had this wrapped up before July 1st. They should have had it wrapped up at some point in June, right? But you never really hear much about it. Just nothing to see here. In any event, great job to executive producer Dan Borowski. Just set up I call her the goddess of Pennsylvania's all things legislative, but Kim Ward will be coming up. Technically, she's known as the Senate pro tempore, but I think President Princess would be better titles. I'm just for me personally.
President Princess.
Yes,
Ward.
President Princess.
I like that.
Kim Ward.
Yeah.
Love her. No nonsense. Very no nonsense individual, but good job. I mean, a bloated budget, but it looks to me, and we'll get into it tomorrow, but one of the things that they pushed hard for was to get rid of all the Reggie stuff that I've talked a ton about, and about all the ridiculous regulations that just we all pay for and are not necessary because there are other ways to protect the environment, but get our energy and not pay a fortune for it. We're paying 45% for our energy, more so than the rest of the nation. So we'll get into it with Kim Ward, but I did want to give you that good news.
A lot of questions, too, that I want Ward to, speak on is, what? I mean, there were stickers made of her and others, Frank Ferry, of, they were posted up on SEPTA stations, train stations and such, because they were the ones that were going to end, public transit. And there are still questions. We haven't learned much about how this affects SEPTA. So I'm curious if Senator Ward can lay that forth for us.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we can't. The truth is with SEPTA that nobody, I think, wants to say the quiet part out loud. The part of SEPTA is that it's antiquated.
Yep.
It's just ride by any time you pass a SEPTA bus on the road, and we're here in the city every single 5 days a week, Dan, and so we see it. You tell me when. Please take a picture of a full SEPTA bus. You can't find it. As a matter of fact, that would be fun. Give a reward to somebody, a prize, if you will. If you see a full SEPTA bus at any hour, it just doesn't exist. What are you laughing at?
No, you're right. I can't think of any time because I drive every day. Well, not every day. A lot of times I'll try to avoid the traffic on 76 by cutting through the city, maybe go down Market, head down Race Street, down to Ben Franklin Bridge and over. So I pass a lot of these buses midday. You would expect them to be full, transporting people. Maybe 1-2 people on the bus, the entire bus. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. And then on top of it, all the ones, there are antiquated ones. Remember that big fire that they had? And then we learned a lot of them are the ones that are the EV ones. That's a whole disaster, and we're paying for that mess. That was the Venn diagram lady. I won't even say Kamala. I'll just say the Venn diagram lady. It's all crazy time. We pay for it, and they need to be efficient. And so maybe get those SEPTA bus drivers, give them a vehicle they can take home, make them Uber drivers, figure it out. In other words, what is the most cost-effective thing? I'm not saying get rid of people's jobs or SEPTA because they have a great union. I'm not anti-union. I'm not saying that. But there's a way to figure it out and serve them. But of course, when you have this kind of a lock on people, then you can get their vote. And it becomes all about the career politicians trying to keep their jobs rather than making all of our lives more affordable, including those SEPTA workers who I think could get a better deal. I'm not even like a good financial person, but you know what? Not for nothing, I could get them a better deal. Give them a nice vehicle. You're an Uber driver, you're still a good driver. You got to have all the safety things in a row, right? You're a safe driver. But if you did Uber and do that for the school kids, it would still be cheaper than maintaining those huge buses and the antiquated system we have.
How about a monorail?
It's very expensive.
I know, we can't do that.
I think the future will be and I know it'll be everything's in a Tom Cruise movie, but what's that Tom Cruise movie, where they take away your rights because they predict that you're going to be a criminal? Oh my God,
Minority Report.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. So look at that. And also the Sylvester Stallone, I never know movie titles. It makes my husband crazy. The, the cop, he's a cop and he's frozen. Sylvester Stallone's in it.
Is that RoboCop? No.
Is it RoboCop? Yeah.
No, Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Where they don't even have sexual relations. Like that. I love that movie.
That's the thing that stands out.
But everything's a movie. How does Hollywood know it? You know what I mean? How did 1984 predict everything? But so we won't have cars that we drive. We'll like rent a vehicle wherever we go. We won't drive it, and the government can like hijack it if we get in big trouble.
I'd love to hear our next guest's thoughts on this, because I feel like she might have some theories as to how do they predict all this so well.
Do they?
And, Big Brother and all this. Just real quick, prediction, SEPTA is going to be oft in the news in the next week because by November 14th, the FRA, Federal Railroad Administration, has that completion of all inspections on those Silverliner rail cars after 5 fires broke out on SEPTA trains. Mid-December, they have to install new heat sensing technology, all while dealing with this new budget, so I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about the Inquirer in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think the latest is they're trying to get some parts or some extra, borrow some trains for another state, but it's going to take a little bit.
Borrow trains?
Borrow.
Hey! Ship train, I guess. You drive them over
Borrow
here?
a train?
Yeah.
Again, all these antiquated systems.
Yeah.
So we will get, oh my gosh, Linda Kearns is the best. So she has some topics that you want to hear about.
Some topics.
Incredible. Like a whole list. And we got to get through it with the great Philadelphia family attorney, election integrity attorney, who we love. And we'll talk to the great Linda Kearns, pretty Linda, who loves Elvis. And she is just around the corner. But this is the transportation that I do want to talk about. The only way to go, Piazza Auto Group. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle. And did you know that Piazza, they do carry more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles, and that's at any given time. Not just the brands that you've heard me mention, like my Honda. I was just talking yesterday at our great event. A lot of you can't wait to, whether it's graduating from the mom mobile or the dad mobile to something new. So I have the Honda, but I've graduated to the Herv from the Odyssey minivan. So now I'm in the sportier, smaller HRV. But Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, but pretty much any other vehicle that you can imagine on the roadways. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for that dealer nearest you, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ooh.
The only good Elvis song.
Suspicious Lies. We love Elvis. Whenever you hear the Elvis, you know the great attorney, legal-minded Linda Kearns is in the house.
Good morning.
Linda.
I feel like all's right with the world. Dan is back. Although, I do like Justin, but
Justin's amazing.
I deal with Justin on the Zioli show, so it's not like I won't.
Yeah. Oh, Matt pushed him off, or pushed you off on Dan now?
Well, I know I'm mad at Justin. He's not nice to Matt. So
right,
yeah.
And then there's the younger, the younger cuz look-alike of Matt DeSantis, who I just saw actually run by the young.
Yeah, he's a new guy,
look-alike.
right?
Yeah, have you met him?
Shortly. He kind of started emerging while I was gone.
Wait, there's a new guy who said...
A new guy for you to crush on.
Yeah.
There's a new guy...
Looks like
There's a new guy who said, I'm the best guess. I think it was John that was filling in on the Zioli show. He said, I'm the best guest.
Wow.
So, yeah. So he's my new fave.
See? They all suck up to Linda.
Well, Dan, welcome back. Should we tell the audience what I said about the baby fix, or will they think I'm a monster?
And don't worry, we're going to get into all things Trump, the Epstein stuff. Speaking of suspicious lies, we'll get Linda's take on that as an attorney. But, yeah, the topic is... Dun, dun, dun.
I was kind of met with a little bit of a harshness, I feel like. So Linda Kearns, I kind of vibe with you to a degree, and that might be why I didn't send the picture, but Linda says before coming in today, you know what, Dan, don't show me any pictures of your kids. I want to prep you beforehand. I don't care. They all look the same anyway. Well, Linda Kearns, you are... Really? Come on.
first of all, babies are a gift from God. Babies are awesome, but they all look alike to me. And when people whip out and the pictures and show me like 5 different pictures, and it's very hard for me to fake enthusiasm. So I figured I'd spare us both the drama and just we wouldn't do it. So, and I bet there are plenty of people in this audience who agree with me. Probably more the guys than the girls, but that's just how I am.
I kind of agree.
That's honest.
I mean, Dan, would you want to see baby pictures other than your own?
No, I don't care.
But see, the question I asked Linda is
that brash, but
because I think this goes hand in hand. Do you like the little cute videos of people like with their dogs and their cats, but like the dog who just chewed something, and then the dog like they come home and they're like, "What'd you do?" And the dog's like, "Arr!" They make those faces. Like, do you like that?
No,
I could watch that all day. I'll be in the kitchen, and my husband will be like, "Oh God, are you looking at those dog videos?" And
my
I'm like,
wife too. She's obsessed with us. She'll just scroll on Instagram. I'm like, why do you care about other people's pets? We have our own very cute doggy right here.
And who knows now if they're AI and they're not even real?
That's a good point.
You have to be very careful of that internet.
Are you guys going through that? I'm going through that. Everything that comes over social media now that's not like an official like Fox clip or something, I'm always questioning, is this AI now? Because it's gotten so dang good.
Well, and some people get fooled. Like the one where they're like, I don't know, it's a whale with like something caught in its fin or whatever it has. And then you realize, oh no, this is AI.
Yeah, but not everybody realizes it, which
and they're like, oh my goodness.
Makes social media dangerous in that respect. And why, speaking about the baby pics, I don't think people should put their baby pics on social media. Like why put that up there so somebody else can manipulate it?
And I think Charlie and Erica Kirk highlighted it recently. And you think about that with threats and just pedophiles and sickos and also just taking the rights away from your child because of facial recognition in the future. So, Dan?
Yeah, combining the two topics, I got to wonder, though, because if all babies look the same and facial recognition, notices difference of facial dynamics, is it not okay to post a picture of an infant online to kind of essentially unfurl your wallet to the masses and show that beautiful baby that just came into the world before their face changes into what it's eventually going to become?
I wouldn't want somebody looking at that baby or that picture being passed around by deviant people. That's one of my big problems. And so the audience knows Dan did insist on showing me a picture, even though I specifically don't have to.
Well, because
this little girl's cute.
Yeah,
so I will say she's cute and she's going to be tall. That's my prediction. She's going to be tall.
Which Maisie's not tall, so take after Daddy, right? Which is adorable, long-legged. So I immediately went like, "What? You got to see her picture!" Like her little face, like she's making this face. If you're watching, and she's like it could be an.
I haven't shown it yet. I don't know if I should.
It's like this.
Should I show it? You think I should?
Well, I looked it up, and they said that a newborn baby, or even in the first month, their face is that if you were ever going to put your child on anywhere publicly, that would be the time.
This is the time to do it.
Because their bone structure, everything is not formed. So it would be most likely that if you had a baby picture, it would not, you couldn't use that in the future with facial recognition. Does that make sense?
There's another dynamic to it, though. It's
what?
Like I don't do social media. Yeah, privacy. And I think Charlie did it for Charlie's reasons, being that there are crazies online, especially in today's political climate.
To Linda's point too.
Yeah, to Linda's, and I mean Linda's talking more. I thought maybe the more sexual deviancy, but also the deviancy of there are a-holes that will dox you. They'll swatch you. They'll try to find any kind of weakness of you, and if you put your kids out there, I mean they're like mafiosos. They'll hold your kids as I don't know if I want to put that out there, but
right, and it's a problem with talk radio because your listeners want to hear about you, and it's kind of part of what we put out.
So cute.
But yeah, you have to really, really think about it.
She's like, oh, like this little face.
I got to do it, I think.
Did Maisie say okay?
Maisie left it up to me. She says, I trust in any decision that you decide.
I know, but I think you need a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Dan, do you not know how to speak women? I mean,
hold on, I'll read the exact words that she said.
Thank you, Linda.
I
need a translation.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You need a yes or a no.
Well, while you're
Did you
pulling
mess
that
with the
up,
Walmart account? No, that's not the right text.
if you put $1,000 today in a
Do you
in a
want to move to South
529 account
Carolina?
for
That's not
her,
the text.
by the time she's 18, that could be worth. And you did nothing else. If you just put it in an account and got a 6% return, by the time she's 18, that could be worth $6,000.
How much do I got to put in?
Just $1,000 today, and did nothing and got a 6% return. I was doing some calculations. That could be worth like $6,000 or $7,000 when she's 18.
Baby, listening?
That's nothing, though.
No, it's nothing, but it's something. Like you're starting college, like
Right.
having an extra $6,000. That's not a bad thing.
I mean, we did. That's
Yeah, is that what you did? Like
with Michael and David
Yeah.
from the time they were born. So Nick and Kristen. Nick said he and Kristen fairly recently. Their daughters are 11, and I would say the sooner the better. And even as a gift, like, did you do that with family? I know Linda and I are excited because all the kids are coming home for college. Did you do that for nieces and nephews and the kids in your family, Linda?
I did not.
didn't-
No. My brothers were pretty good at saving, so I
didn't have to.
I was
worry.
more the aunt that spoiled them. But let's take
Which
that
is
same
fun.
$1,000 if you put only $4,000 extra a year until this child's 18. And it gets a 6% return. That's $126,000.
That's
and if you get a
amazing.
10% return, which is what the stock market's been doing over the past, 10, 20 years,
consistently.
you'd have $187,000. So it's never
All right,
too
so
early
I'm
to
just
start.
doing the math. So you're telling me if I put essentially $300 a month away.
Yep.
Which isn't like if we're all considering, if you can do a car payment for $900,
Right,
you can do
don't
car
buy a
payment
new
for
car right
$500,
away, yeah.
$300 over all those years, I can essentially pay for my kids' college.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
And
depending,
hopefully it's lower
college,
by then. But
yeah, college will be higher then, but the
so I do
other,
think that's a dream that every parent has when they first have a child is to
Right.
be able to provide a college education and everything that they need. So.
or at least like a
And
good
Dawn's
jump start, because
achieve that
also
dream.
by the time she's 18, even if your 529 falls a little short, you'll probably have hopefully other funds available. Like maybe you could borrow against your house, which isn't always the best thing to do, but if you really needed it, at least you'll have it then. But yeah, 529 accounts, they are a great investment, and start now. And I've heard Dawn say, like for confirmations or birthdays or graduations, have your family contribute to those rather than gifts that the kids will never use. And you have to look up and research because there's so many different plans available. But another great thing about it that I read, let's just say your child doesn't go to college, which some kids don't, or doesn't use all of the funds. That's okay. You can transfer it to another child.
Yes.
And the definition of child or family member is pretty broad. So you could do that. And you can also transfer, I think the law right now is you can transfer up to $35,000 to a Roth IRA account for your child, which I also did the math on that. If your child's 18 and you invest $35,000 in a Roth IRA account and do nothing else, it just sits there. By the time she retires, if it only gets 6%, which is very low, that could be worth $360,000, like just for doing nothing. It's the power of investing in compound interest.
And so I do love the flexibility of the Pennsylvania 529s that you can, by the way, you can tap into it for even a private grade school. That's why I think they were strict initially. They were worried it would be like a school choice thing. You do get taxed on it because it's obviously you're putting the money away and then you get the tax advantage. You're not being taxed on it at the time you put it away. But then you can change the beneficiary, and they are pretty flexible, which is amazing.
Yeah, the Pennsylvania website has a great explanation of all the things that you can do, because you can essentially invest in a 529 plan in any state. You don't have to choose Pennsylvania. You can kind of shop it around, but it would be nice to keep those funds in Pennsylvania. And I think as treasurer, Stacey Garrity, who I hope will be our next governor, is in charge of it now. So, and look, I realize that sometimes you're paycheck to paycheck, as this recent shutdown showed us, and you might not have the extra. But if you really if you really think about it, and maybe put off buying a new car for a couple years and put the car payment in it, or tell your family at those special events to you would rather have that as a gift, you might be on your way to a nice amount for when your child goes to college.
Yeah, most definitely.
So I did tease at one point that I asked Maisie if I could show a picture of Amelia, and she says, "This is. We need the translation. You guys said you would translate for me."
Yes, girl talk.
Whatever you want to do, babe. I trust you. Curtin Marlton says he speaks woman. He has 4 daughters and might have a answer for us. Are you guys okay with taking Kurt?
I would love to hear what he has to say.
Let's hear it. Hey, Kurt.
Hello, ladies. How are you?
Hi, Kurt.
Hi.
I can definitely speak female. I have 4 daughters, 4 granddaughters, and I'm married still. So, yeah, we can definitely translate that for you.
So what is it then, Kurt?
The answer is more than likely no.
What do you think?
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Whenever they say it's up to you, that's code. That's code for no.
I mean, Dan, you're dealing with a woman who just had a human inside her for 9 months,
That's
and
right.
she's exhausted, and she just didn't want to get into the conversation.
Whatever you want to do, babe, I trust you.
Yeah.
Linda and Kurt, listen to them. And so if anything, God forbid, would go wrong, it's totally your fault. You understand that, right? So there's
That's what it becomes, yes. Yeah. The burden's all on my shoulders now.
It's like anything, anything that there's a criticism or anything that's negative out of this whole experience, you make that decision, it's on you.
Kurt, we might need a lot of you going forward. The woman translator calling in when I, raise this child.
Kurt has it going on. He understands. Yeah,
the female whisperer.
Very good. I can certainly do that for you. I definitely help my one son-in-law out. He's got 3 daughters, so he understands as well.
Translation is
do you not make boys in that family?
I love it.
Yeah, that ended with my dad. The boy thing ended with my dad. Now it's just girls.
This is awesome. I love it. So Linda sends Dan and I this whole thing, because Linda has just talks about 529 in honor of Dan and the welcome back, but also Trump's pardon memo. What does that mean? Breaking that one down, the SNAP stuff, 50-year mortgages, which we talked with Mike Pallas, by the way, earlier. I mean, the Scott Peterson situation, totally forgot about that.
Yeah, today's the anniversary of when he was convicted.
So creepy.
That was hard. I mean, anyone who's old enough to remember that.
Lacey.
Oh gosh, that just dominated the news. And he's still in prison.
Still claims he's innocent.
Yeah,
and his family as well. So Visa, MasterCard settlement with merchants. What does it mean for your credit cards? And then, of course, the breaking news this morning, which CNN and others now are all over the airwaves talking about these Epstein files. And we do have the very latest. It's just coming out now. So we'll highlight that for you. Quick break. Stay right there. You want to hear this? When do you get a lawyer for free? Okay. Free advice. Like, come on. High level, brilliant, expert legal, analysis from Linda Kearns.
You are so awesome.
Linda's the one who's awesome. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get to you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mm-hmm. Girl, girl, girl. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Thanks for being here this morning. Oh, it's Wednesday. It's hump day. It's so dreary outside, but Linda Kearns always brightens up the day. So I always look forward to Wednesdays with Linda.
And I have the best walk-up music, I really think.
Indeed. Thank you, Dan Borowski, for being here.
Hump day.
It's like the teams, we're all back. The gang's all back together. So we're reunited.
And that new producer, John, just popped in to say hi to me in person.
What a little suck-up he is,
there
huh,
you
Dan?
go.
If you're watching on YouTube, go look at Linda's face right now.
You're glowing. I know they love they love Linda. It's just so.
How can you not?
I know.
Well, he said he loves me because I give Zioli such a hard time. Sometimes I feel bad, and sometimes I text him after and say, "I'm sorry, I just did that for the radio."
You are to producers what Trump is to Trump voters.
See?
The person that finally fights back.
Fight, fight, fight.
You see what it is? You're the leader of the fight back against Zioli, you know? Yeah, that's what the new guys recognize in John, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Right.
just,
and I give Dom a hard time, too.
You do. I love it. That's why we need Linda here.
And then she comes to this show and she gives me a hard time.
And by the way, not for nothing, but not for nothing, but they have in Kale & Co., they created the fourth box. How come it's all boys in the box?
That's a good point.
How come they don't have Linda in the why don't you have a day?
They're probably afraid, Dawn.
That's it.
I mean, yesterday I was
Girl in the box.
Yesterday, an attorney called me on a case, and I was really irritated with how they were handling it. And the attorney started off with, you're being so rude, and then by the end of the call, she was profusely apologizing to me. So I do have that effect on people. I scare people a little. So yeah, I don't know. Could Nick and Greg handle that?
I don't know, because they'd have they'd have out of the 4 boxes, they'd have 2 ladies in the boxes. And then we could have some fun.
You got knocked the out, man.
So, where do we want to go here? Do you, gosh, there's just so much. Do you want to talk about the Epstein breaking news?
Yeah, Dawn, it's funny. I send you ideas,
I know.
and with this 24-hour news cycle, things happen. And it makes me think, because I grew up here in the Philadelphia area. When I was growing up, we got our news from when my dad got home from work and we got to look at the evening bulletin. Like, that's where we got our news. It wasn't like this 24-hour thing. And now it's just, you're just so saturated with it. But
which is good and bad.
Yeah, sometimes it's overwhelming.
So,
what do you think about this? I mean, I read the Wall Street Journal article on it, and I think it's much ado about not that much. I mean, just because his name was mentioned, we're not quite sure what it means, but it'll dominate the cycle because that's what the news stations want.
So just to do a reset in case you're just joining us, and if you are, where have you been? But the breaking news this morning has to do with House Democrats in particular releasing this, and we'll get into it because it's redacted. Okay, so they redacted some items, but who redacted what? If that's just want to accentuate that for you. This is dead sex offender sicko Jeffrey Epstein, and the story that is being headlined this morning and leaked and pushed by Democrats, and it is political, referring to Trump in the emails between the dead sex offender Epstein and his former companion, who's the convicted sex offender, and Ghislaine Maxwell, whatever she was, the consigliere.
Co-conspirator, yeah,
co-conspirator, just like sicko stuff, both convicted. But the quote of the day is that Epstein, he said that Trump was, quote, the dog that hasn't barked, and spent hours at my house with Trump. So those are some of the quotes that are being headlined here. And then said in quotes, I want you to realize, and I think Dan has these are 3 of 22,000 emails, by the way, just released after a subpoena. And that's why to have an attorney at the level of a Linda Kearns, like, this is amazing. But so we have to put context. But quote, I want you to realize that dog hasn't barked is Trump. That's what Epstein wrote. It's typo riddled. Shame on him. Wasn't a well-educated guy, claimed he had all this education, did not. But this was April of 2011, just to give you the time frame, and that they're saying that apparently a victim, in quotes, spent hours at Epstein's house with him, meaning Trump, but he has never once been mentioned. And then Maxwell replies, I have been thinking about that. So that's the context of these. I mean, if you can put a context. But what do you make of this? Now, we know that Comer, because this was a subpoena put out there by the House committee that the Republicans control. And so we have an addition. Why did the Democrats release this? But when they released it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because this is all breaking, but Dan, the redaction is a question, right? Like, who redacted what?
Yeah, so the Oversight Committee, I have the tweet up there now. Rapid Response actually retweeted it. That's how valuable they see this. Oversight Committee responded to the Oversight Dems. Why did Democrats cover up the name when the estate didn't redact it in the redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because the victim, Virginia Giuffre, publicly said that she never witnessed wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats are trying to create a fake narrative to slander President Trump. Shame on them.
So the other context that I will say, so in particular, they're saying that Virginia spent hours there, but remember the context as well, because not only had she come out and said Trump did nothing to her, but remember that her dad, the way that she came into play was that her dad was the head of the groundskeepers for years at Mar-a-Lago.
Right. Yeah, I read about that.
So Trump would know the family and remember that Trump was upset that she worked under her dad for a summer. Remember this whole story? She wanted a summer job. She's like 17 years old. And so she worked at Mar-a-Lago under the supervision of her own father. But then Epstein and Maxwell lured her away from the employment of Mar-a-Lago. Apparently the dad, who has a relationship with Trump, was upset. And so Trump then, this is apparently part of the reason that, Trump was very upset because the dad is like, yeah, that Epstein guy who owned was like a neighbor, lived in the area as well, lured her away to work as a massage therapist or whatever. Dad's upset, goes to Trump and says, I'm not so happy with this. So we don't know. I mean, perhaps Trump did go over there and say, your father's upset with this. You can work. Like, we don't even know.
When you have, how many emails did they say they had? 30,000 or 30,000 pages? Yeah. And you take 1, 2, or 3 and release them. It's hard to say what that means when you're selectively releasing things. So that's one comment. Another comment is that's why when we present these things in court, we have cross-examination, because we would really dig into what exactly all this means. But I think the Senate Dems have an absolute agenda. Anything that they can do, especially with what was happening yesterday with the Dems not getting, not getting some good press about the whole shutdown and giving in. So I think one email, a couple emails redacted. I don't think we can say what they mean, and I think that we should be absolutely suspicious of why they're releasing it now.
Yeah.
So there's more from Trump Rapid Response 47, but we do have to knock out a quick break, and we have to hear about a fantastic trip you have coming up there, Dawn.
Yes. So we'll get to, this is a breaking, developing story. So Linda's Legal Eagle analysis on it, and the new deets just coming out as I'm speaking, so we'll have a second to look at it. But before we go to break, let's talk about our friends at conservativetours.com. I want you to call on this. And I'm really serious because we have a large group and we look forward to this. So we've been talking. So I know a large number of you have already signed up for this, and it's going to sell out. And then I get this. And then Ken Chase, I always put him in this really uncomfortable spot because he's like, Dawn, we're jam packed. So I want you to call or email or at least put the contact without Ken if you're even thinking about this, because this is the best ever trip that we've ever done. And remember, this is Ken Chase and the conservativetours.com group. They really cater to us here in Philadelphia. We hold the record for the most of you. Ken knows personally that you love conservativetours.com. So it's always a little more special, I'm just going to say, than anybody else in the country. So please, I cannot emphasize this enough. Please call him, at least put in your name. Okay, and ask the questions you need to ask if you're thinking about it. Portugal, this is Portugal, Spain, and I've never been here before. Larry, my husband, and I are so excited. My stepdaughter, Stacia, who you know is my BFF, other than Linda, so maybe Linda will go too. Stacia already called and goes, Dad's really busy. Dad shouldn't go with it. Like, this is my own family.
Propositioning her way into the trip.
Yeah. Like, she's like, we should go because she's a huge listener and conservative. You know what I mean? She's like, you should, I could go with you, and Dad, I
think the listeners would love to hang out with Stacia after everything you've said about her.
So we might have to boot Lair Bear. I don't know, but we're having fun with this. But that's what I'm talking about. So it's really a special one, the best ever. Stunningly beautiful Portugal, Spain. So let me spell some details out for you. 5738. Yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. So we're not going out of New York this time. We're flying out of Philadelphia. Let me give you some deets. The Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages just brimming with those incredible succulent seafood restaurants. We're talking about Abidoha. We're talking, of course, about Fatima. I just get chill bumps just thinking about Fatima. just as, just think about, we will have just celebrated Easter. And if, for anybody with faith, if you've seen the stunning images of Fatima, wow. But also the elegance of Coimbra. This is incredible. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. If you go to conservativetours.com, you'll see my name, WPHT, and then you can look at some of the images and get a sense of the full itinerary. I'm just trying to give you some highlights. Portugal is not just the playground of the world's jet set. It is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan. We're going to learn how this sea-facing land actually became a world power because, Ken Chase loves history, so he always does a beautiful job of incorporating all of the history. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo da Roca. We're talking about Cascais. Alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. We're also going to discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, and this is the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain draws pilgrims in a passionate way, and we're going to find out why together. Join me for all of it, the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I hope you join me. I hope you call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
A milder air mass begins to work its way back into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, not as windy, with a high of around 54. For tonight, partly cloudy, still a bit breezy, with a low 41 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds, with a high again 54.
Wawa now has better than ever ways to create your own handcrafted iced coffees and lattes. Pick your milk, flavors, sweeteners, and toppings just the way you like. Whether it's bold or simple, every cup is created by you. Handcrafted by Wawa. Gotta have a Wawa.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Michigan State. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Winter's coming, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the cold sets in. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
My second cousin Karen, the reason I like Elvis, she still is a huge Elvis fan. Is this from the Blue Hawaii thing?
I think it was, yeah.
This is Fun in Acapulco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fun in Acapulco. I didn't know if it was that era, but
the Blue Elvis, I know the Hawaiian.
Blue, yeah. So much fun.
You know why? I feel like in the 80s, whenever they did like vacation music, they always used like the Elvis Hawaii kind of music, so it drives nostalgia for a certain generation.
Yeah, so that's the timeless piece of Elvis. And if you don't know this about Linda, I think you do, but that Linda Kearns every year, right? You go to Graceland?
Let's
try
just
to
relax
go?
a little. Maybe like every other
Every
year.
other.
Yeah. So I went this year. So
I want to go with you one time.
Oh, absolutely.
I've never been. I've always wanted to go. I think that's such a bucket list trip, for a lot of people.
Next conservative tours, we'll go to.
Our local one. Yeah, our local one. So let's get back because there is a lot. Oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about. But we have, Linda in the house, great legal mind, obviously a local famous attorney, and as well, family attorney, as well as election integrity attorney. So we're in luck today with this breaking news story. So what's going on here is that the House Ethics Committee had put a subpoena right, had subpoenaed the estate of the now dead convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So these are coming in. We know there are a minimum of 22,000, perhaps more, of these pieces of evidence, emails, etc., documents. Democrats chose to release, for some reason, 3, and they chose to redact some of them, even when the estate did not redact certain things. So I'm just trying to tee this up as we go through it. What strikes you as you're looking, and I think Dan's going to show these, Linda, but what strikes you? I mean, what would you advise with?
Well, first of all, I got a question
okay,
for Linda because
okay.
their language that they're using. I mean, Rapid Response is a Twitter that's ran by the communications team, essentially, of Trump. Sorry. And they're calling this person that posted about the story, Sam Stein, a fake news hack and such. So they're throwing around kind of, aggressive rebuttals to this Epstein thing. And,
Right, and that's political, and that there's
Okay.
always going to be a tension between political and what the lawyers are saying. I will tell you, when you hire me, I send people with their retainer agreement this graphic of a fish being caught, like on the hook, and this graphic says, "Caution: why did this fish get caught? Because he opened his mouth." Generally speaking, when you're accused of something or in any situation, you're much better keeping your mouth shut, because a lot of times we're going to have to go back and compare what you said to what you're saying now. But I also am a realist, and I recognize the tension between, being, controlling all risks like that, and then having to respond to this type of thing in the media. So that's what they're balancing here.
So So let's read it. Let's just read it really quick, because some of you, if you're not on the YouTube chat, so the original email that's retweeted and responded to by Rapid Response, this is this John Michael Raish. He says, new, all caps, Epstein victim who Trump, quote, spent hours with is, all caps, named in bombshell unredacted email. And it was someone who said Trump did nothing wrong. And they quote then Daily Mail. Then Rapid Response posts, repost that, says, it's all a tired con job, all caps, to smear the president. Democrats redacted the victim's name because the victim said Trump could not have been friendlier, was a gentleman, and that she did not witness any wrongdoing. That's that one.
Right. And I just looked up the New York Times a few minutes ago. Their headline was, Epstein alleged in emails that Trump knew of his conduct. I think that headline is completely wrong. I don't see where Epstein alleged in emails that Trump knew of his conduct. The Wall Street Journal was a little more circumspect. They're saying Democrats released new Epstein emails referring to Trump. But when you get this kind of, turmoil on Twitter about this, and everyone giving their opinion, pretty soon, no one's going to remember what the actual emails said, because the
Right.
Twitter, the X world is just going to churn out, new interpretations.
Well, and I think with the Trump team, what they know is that if you can try to spin or control the narrative. So Democrats, obviously, this is all a game for who can control the messaging. Democrats obviously know this was going to be coming out, so they're trying to spin this in whatever, they feel like they want to control the narrative. Rapid Response, just from a media standpoint, I think they're trying to pull that back.
Right.
And so that's the back and forth. But Linda's giving the legal side of, what people should do. I love the fish hook if they open their mouth.
Because no matter what you're involved in, it usually is not going to help things to talk about it, to post about it on social media. So I just caution people against that whenever they're in any type of legal matter. I'm looking at MSNBC. MSNBC headline on the internet is actually a pretty good one. It says, newly disclosed Jeffrey Epstein emails complicate matters for Donald Trump.
Okay.
That's like an
That's
accurate
fair.
headline. I mean, it would just be like if one of those emails had the name Linda Kearns in there.
Mhm.
The headline could be, Linda Kearns was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And that might not be what it meant. So, hey, kudos to MSNBC. And I don't say that often.
Right.
For being
For
a
once.
little bit more accurate. Yeah.
So Dan's going to put up one of them. I will say the Daily Mail, because we just referred to in that first one we showed you, the Daily Mail headline that they put a link to says, quote, White House names Epstein victim, Virginia Giuffre who spent hours with Trump in fiery response to Democrats' smear campaign, with all quotes. Now, I will say this, the White House is not necessarily naming, it's the House committee, I believe, that was that Comer wanted these unredacted. So I think that these are becoming public record, right?
Look, I love the Daily Mail, but I think they post first and check the accuracy later. I don't think they're editing their editing protocols are that fierce. But my heavens, I wish this girl could just rest in peace for everything that she went through, and now this is getting churned through again, and her survivors have to deal with it. I haven't really read any polls on what the public think, but I don't necessarily think anyone in the public thinks Trump was involved in the seedier side of what, in the criminal side of what Epstein was involved with. I just think that I think they obviously were in the same circles. I mean, there's pictures of them together. So
let's show the second. You want to show the next one, Dan? So this is another one. Again, rapid response. It says, shown to have known about underage girls being part of a sex ring, question mark. You're just making stuff up like you always do because you're a fake news hack. And so what are they responding to? I guess it's Sam Stein. First, that's the first one, right? Certainly open to criticism that the press should balance the story selection better, but it's not every day that the president is shown to have known about underage girls being part of a sex ring.
I mean, are we not looking at all the emails? Because I don't see anywhere where they're saying he knew about an underage sex ring. I think that they're making a couple jumps here in logic.
I think, Linda, to your point, there's one where this is the one between the author Michael Wolff. And so the author, Michael Wolff, who, remember, this is the one who I believe Melania threatened to sue. And first of all, look, when you see this, I don't know if you have this one, Dan, but he shows to be quite a scummy person, just in my humble opinion. So in this one, Michael Wolff is giving advice in between. This is, Tom Wolff. I'm sorry. It's Tom Wolff, right? I'm saying Michael because I love the name Michael. But is it Tom Wolff or Michael? Oh, it is Michael.
It's Michael. Yeah, you're right.
I hate that it's the name Michael. Isn't that funny how your brain works?
Yeah, so are you talking about the one with the hanging themselves? Or
wait, how long does Dawn go without mentioning her sons?
I know. See, I'm that annoying person. Cioli used to bust my chops on this. You know what I mean? And he still does. Because he's like, you have boys? Because I can't help.
I know.
Dawn has kids?
Moms and their sons.
I know. My Michael. But so in this one, unfortunately, his name's Michael, but he's not most Michaels are good. But anyway, so in this one, the scummy Wolf, he's advising Epstein in this one. So this is an exchange between Epstein and Wolff while Trump was well into his first presidential term. This is January of 2019. And it touches on the topic of whether Trump had, quote, banned Epstein from the membership at Mar-a-Lago years earlier. And so in this, Epstein wrote in the email, Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, and this is the quote, Epstein writes, he knew about the girls because he had asked Ghislaine to stop. So what it reveals to me is that more of what we were saying earlier, that Trump knew that Ghislaine was talking to girls and recruiting them. And maybe he didn't even know why, but I think this goes back to Virginia's father. I think that's what what they're talking about.
Or, and this would be the reason why this wouldn't be admissible in court. We don't. It's redacted. We don't know what came before it. We don't know what came after it. We don't know the context, and we don't have the chance to cross-examine the person who wrote it.
Yeah, who's dead.
And I'm not necessarily sticking up for Trump. I'm just sticking up for the truth. Look,
right.
I think we know that he knew him. We know that he was, I guess you could say it, Jeffrey Epstein adjacent.
Yeah.
And just like MSNBC said, this does complicate matters. This is a headache that any politician just does not need to be associated with somebody like that. And I think that hopefully that this is a lesson to people that they don't learn, but be careful what you put in emails.
Yeah, it's true.
Be careful who you associate with. And if your gut's telling you, hey, I don't feel like I'm in a good situation, listen to your gut and just get out of it. And if you do find yourself in a situation like this, keep your mouth shut.
Yes.
Until you talk to a lawyer.
Until you talk to a Linda.
Absolutely.
It's so true. Yeah, in this one, and we'll get into it more, and I'm sure Dom will too in the Dom show, but Wolf is, what he's talking about is your PR currency to gain power because Trump is president. I mean, it's really scummy, what he's advising. So,
we'll take it from somebody who's worked on multiple campaigns. I mean, the people who just want to be near the power and get the power it's a sickening part of that world.
The great Linda Kearns, we've got to end it there in this breaking news day. The Dom Show is up next.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to estatesroadshow.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Kind of a disappointed. I'm getting text messages about a minute before we were scheduled to speak with Secretary Bessent, and somehow or another his train got canceled. Wait a minute. He's the Secretary of the Treasury. Helicopter him here in studio to the Dom Giordano Show. Chop, chop. That 1210 helicopter should be standing by.
Besant in the center of some of the news today because he said on Fox and Friends, and we'll play you some of the sound. He said on Fox and Friends that coffee and bananas would be going down dramatically. Remember the coffee call the other day? Maxwell House, $12 a can. The store brand, $8. So they are sensitive here, and he's saying a lot. I mean, look, it's a big guess to get him on. But particularly right now where we're talking about affordability. He was on Morning Joe yesterday, and he really nailed them about what's going on with Argentina. How can we give them $20 billion? And he explained how we're collecting that money and interest. So how is that a giveaway or anything like it? All right, so I'm monitoring. I'll let you know because the guy is really in the center ring right now at this point. They're working on it, Henry, is the word. Keep that spot open. All right. I'm going to make the helicopter. I'm a friend with his chief of staff, so I could say the helicopter is awaiting him. How could the Secretary of Treasury have a train cancellation? He was headed to the U.S. Mint to strike the last penny. Well, I'm glad the penny survives for another day. I know. The penny costs too much and all, but it's going to be the side question tomorrow. We'll get to it. Of course, the news out there that has consequence of where this goes next. And Henry, you know who you could dial up and see what he can tell us. I think he might come on today. He was just on, I know, Jeff Van Drew. Van Drew is one of the people in the House that voted to release the Epstein material. And I think the Epstein material ought to be released. Now, I used to like Massey a bit, but Massey has been way over the line with stuff, the congressman from Kentucky. But the argument is that there is an email. Republicans have pushed back on this, just so you know, and I'm monitoring it as we speak. There is an email here talking about Trump alone for hours with one of the young women involved in this. Republicans are saying they redacted the name because that young woman has said publicly that Trump had nothing to do with any of the Epstein stuff. So you know how volatile this is. Today at 4 o'clock, they're going to wrangle. They're going to pass. We're going to be out of shutdown. But also, they're probably going to pass in a day or so an opening up of the, and this will come in December after Thanksgiving, of the Epstein file. I had a conversation with someone before coming on, and I said to Trump supporters, I think they're either going to say this is another, deranged attempt to get at Trump, or unless there's some smoking gun here that we don't see, they're going to be even more supportive. But there's going to be all kinds of back and forth over this. At this point, I give you the very latest, though. Yeah, this email trail talking about President Trump alone. And then the Democrats redacted the name, and Republicans say they redacted it simply because that young woman has publicly said, no, President Trump was never involved in any way, shape, or form. All right, we got some people coming on. We're still working on Besant, though. I mean, when you're on the hunt for this guy's never been hotter just in the last 24, 48 hours because of affordability. I'm still reeling in Jersey. If you had told me, quote, affordability of the sense that Mikey Sherrill was talking about would win that election, I wouldn't have believed it. Of course, Jersey's unaffordable. Democrats made it that. Progressives made it that way. This morning, the Mikey Sherrill chairperson put out exclusively to Politico her grand memo about how they won in Jersey and what Democrats have to do nationally. And it's what you would expect, nothing new. It's all smoke and mirrors. They emphasized her military background. Yesterday on Veterans Day, I gave credit to that too, sure. Yeah, but are Democrats going to be able to run helicopter pilots all over the place? Is that what they're going to do? And they lost momentum coming off the shutdown. So I'll give you, as we go through the show today, a little bit more on that. I guess the big story, but it's still seemingly up in the air, and we're going to have some people on. The shutdown may be over in Pennsylvania. Now, I think they gave too much, as far as I can tell, to Josh Shapiro. He didn't get what he wanted, but there's a lot of money in here that's frivolous. Education spending, which is already an all-time record, goes up toward what end? You know, how many times over the years have we talked about this? You could give the Philadelphia public schools literally $1 trillion. That would be like stacking up $100 bills, skyscrapers high from here to where they are over on Broad Street. And what would the result be within a year or two? Would the Philadelphia public schools suddenly be world? I don't even know if they'd have air conditioning. Well, we only got $1 trillion. You know, it takes time. Is it money? No. It's their own incompetency. It's their own ideology. It's lack of parental involvement. It's violence in the schools. All those things put together. So it looks like there might be some kind of settlement here. All right, let me start, and I'll give you the side question in a moment. Let's start with, this is cut 11. Here's Treasury Secretary Bessent trying to put into perspective the affordability crisis is what he called it. And again, he did talk about 2 grocery products he said not grown in this country this morning. And that's my first question to him. Coffee and bananas. Well, what's the product that you're looking at? When I put up on Twitter that I got Bessent late last night, people said, well, when are grocery store prices going to come down? It's a fair assessment how high they were with Biden. But then, you know, inflation that continues, prices don't stay static. They're still going to go up a little bit. But the consensus is Trump has not, on paper, what we heard from Jersey, Trump has not come through with his promise, Latino voters, for example, to lower grocery store prices. So as a result, we voted Jack Ciattarelli out of office. Go figure. Here's what Bessent said, cut 11.
That affordability remained an issue. I know you know about home heating prices, food continues to go up. How much of an issue? The president was asked last night about affordability, and he suggested we didn't have an affordability crisis. I'm certainly not asking you to cross the president here, but I am curious, over the next 6 months to a year, how much of a challenge will affordability remain for people that, you know, want to heat their homes, want to buy a home, want to be able to pay their rent, want to be able to buy a new car?
Well, Joe, there's a lot there to unpack. A lot of the home heating costs are actually driven by states. I found it very interesting the other day when the governor-elect of New Jersey said the first thing she's going to do is bring down energy costs. Well, Phil Murphy did a terrible job, and energy costs are high because of the choices he made over the past few years. Same for New York State. New York State refuses to put in these natural gas pipelines. There's an abundance of energy next door in Pennsylvania. You could bring down New York State energy costs just by putting in these pipelines. So part of it's a choice. But when you ask over the next 6 or 12 months, there are 2 parts to affordability. There's the price level, and we inherited a mess. It was the worst inflation 40 or 50 years. And I think what the president was very frustrated about is, you said everyone started talking about it, that after he took office, like where was the discussion during Joe Biden? Because during the Biden era, it was complete gaslighting. There was a vibe session. Steve Ratner, who you just had on, wrote a column basically saying, like, Americans don't know how good they had it. This is... you just don't understand, but the American people know what they're feeling.
All right,
and
there we go.
That's next 6 to 12 months.
Okay. Now, he did go on to talk about, and this argument is not an argument. I'll tell you right now, it's not a winning argument. It's an argument, though. It's realistic, but I don't think emotionally people are going to buy it. The wages are going up, which I think they are, and that's going to offset the cost of the grocery store. So he made the point, and if we get him on today or tomorrow, that mortgage rates down, Trump pushing even harder on that, energy costs, gas down. But the grocery store stuff, we saw that during the Biden thing, how excessive it was. That sticks with people. So as we head to the midterms, affordability is the watchword. They're going to use that again and again and again, and we get it. The average American, even on my Twitter, when they heard Bessent was coming on, it sticks. That's what people want to know. What are you going to do about that? As I said on Fox and Friends, he said dramatically, I think vis-a-vis the tariffing and other stuff, that we are going to see bananas and coffee go down dramatically, his words. Okay. We'll see. I'm still stunned. His person's texting me, yeah, his train was canceled. I thought it was just the airports.
You would think, right?
Yeah, I don't know how there's a train that's being canceled out there. I based on what? What is the...
Not enough people are flying. They're all going to the train. Trains are overrun, maybe?
Yeah, maybe that's the case.
He's on SEPTA, right?
No.
Oh, he's not. I was going to say he's not on. If he was on SEPTA, the regional rail gets canceled all the time.
Well, no, he's on coming to Amtrak. I thought he'd have his own train. They ought to send that down.
Seriously?
We send a helicopter. So
it's not in the budget?
Yeah. So we'll hopefully get to him because I want you to hear how he pieces it out. He does a great job. Yesterday at Morning Joe, he stunned them talking about Argentina. They had no response. The thing of it is, though, people are looking at it. That's the one thing they see. Grocery store prices. They are stubborn. Call we had last week, the lady with the coffee, Maxwell House and the store brand and the cost, she was astounded by it. Some of it's Biden still baked in, but we're coming up on a year is the argument. You got to deliver on this. Is that fair? Well, that's somewhat what happened in Jersey. All right, let me give you the side question. Over the last couple of days, a great American, maybe one of the just all-time iconic portrayals, Norman Rockwell passed away. So Henry and I had a long discussion yesterday how to frame this, and we may reframe it. Give us something that you think would be a great Americana, a great American scene, something uniquely American, something Americans do that you'd like to have Norman Rockwell do.
Exactly.
Now, I thought the most famous are some of the ones I've seen, the people saying grace in the bus station or train station, whatever it is, but he's the one that did the entire, at least what I read, Rosie the Riveter campaign.
Oh, yeah.
And that iconic portrait of Rosie the Riveter flexing her bicep is stunning. And he did all those up and down in order to, it was 1943, stimulate on the home front, producing all those armaments that won the war. I didn't know that. I knew everything else about Rockwell, but Rosie the Riveter. So, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I think the one I'm going to take off here is the freedom of speech painting created by him is a very famous meme on the internet lately. When you have an unpopular opinion about something, you will tweet that photo with your unpopular opinion because the picture is a man standing up at some sort of meeting, saying his piece on something.
Oh, it's a guy who looks like a laborer. He's got a jacket and he's got something, a newspaper in his pocket.
You know the exact picture.
Yeah.
So mine would be an updated take on that.
Okay.
It would be a concerned parent speaking up at a school board meeting, going up against, that desk of 5, council members in front of them, just, with a finger pointed at them, being like, you people don't know.
Yeah.
So I think that would be perfect.
In that Rosie the Riveter, there's an American flag and a crumpled up copy of Mein Kampf.
Oh, man.
The one I'm looking at. Yeah. So, John, how about yours?
I would go with a Little League baseball game, but it would be more of a juxtaposition, right? Like at first glance, it's a wholesome environment. You got kids playing baseball, parents in the stands or down the baseline if they're the coach or whatever. But it's actually the parents trying to coach, every parent trying to coach their kid from the stands, and the kid looks absolutely terrified of the plate because he has no idea what to listen to.
That's not Norman Rockwell's America. This guy's a comic.
The parents did go a little off schedule, but the Little League's good.
Yeah, but that's true. What you're saying is true, but I don't know that Norman Rockwell would have the parent hectoring the kid.
I feel like you got to have like a concerned parent look, or at least like a disgusted parent look, like, I'm watching this again.
Yeah, but I mean, John's is more truthful.
Yeah.
Agreement, but would Norman Rockwell be painting that?
I mean, I'm not saying like it's so happy in the freedom of speech picture either. So yeah,
not every painting it has to be the happiest thing in the world. Not everything has to be the dinner scene.
Well, when I think of Norman Rockwell, that's what I think. But you may be right.
I think more often than not, Rockwell's paintings do give off positive vibes. But every once in a while, it's like something else.
All right. Maybe not a commie, a socialist.
Yeah, we'll knock him down a peg.
All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. So we got a lot of big breaking news, and I'm still waiting to figure out why Secretary Bessent couldn't chop over here on the train. He was going to strike the last penny. By strike it, I think melt it or do something at the Mint. I'm glad. The penny is spared. This is telling you something. That penny is going to stay with us. What would Norman Rockwell say about those who want to get rid of the penny?
Oh, there's another one. Yeah, like someone holding up a penny like this. Yeah,
right. Still a penny. And are they going to round it up or round it down? It's going to be a lot of that stuff with consumer.
I would hope it'd go down.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that I need you to do is just push pound 1210. That's how you get in with Dom and Company here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I have never traveled once for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Am I an oddity in that regard?
Yes.
I don't think we have ever taken a holiday between Thanksgiving and Christmas to Florida or California or anywhere. Chicago, family, relatives in the Midwest, any of that. And I've traveled a lot in my life. Never have left during this time of year. I have no interest in it, to be honest. Longest trip I think I've ever had is maybe a 45-minute car ride from Bethlehem to Kutztown.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So we're going to probably have Martina White on telling us what the heck are they voting on. We hear vague information about the shutdown may be over in Pennsylvania, the budget and related items. I think Republicans may have caved in here a bit. I would have continued with this with Josh Shapiro forever. I don't see Republicans being hurt by this, and he certainly was. So we'll see. The details on it are still kind of mysterious. And the other thing on my mind, in addition to the Epstein, look, we're going to call him as we see him with this Epstein email situation. And I told you what the contention is this morning. Email indicating Trump alone with one of these young women or girls for hours. Contention by Republicans, yeah, you redacted the name because the name is the person who exonerated Trump, if you will, and say one of the women who said he had nothing to do with it. Okay. But again, Jeff Andrew, I think this ought to be open. It ought to be transparent. Let's see what's in it. I think Johnson dragging this out to this point has made this an even bigger deal. Jeff Andrew is one of the people that voted that we have a look-see at this. That's where it ought to go. And what may happen in the end, Democrats taking another shot to take out Trump, another long shot, and it misses. How many times can you do that before people say enough? Well, those that hate him, it's never enough. They're still lighting candles, and this will be it. So this will all come out more in December once we have evidence. Of course, New York Times and others rushing on this, portraying this as a way that Trump obviously was involved here in a manner that could be criminal. I mean, that's what the vibe they're trying to create today on this as we come back and end the shutdown. But if the evidence leads anywhere, we'll talk about the evidence as it continues. My sense is this won't be till December. They'll have enough votes. And does it surprise you that Jeff Andrew, I told you that weekend that he did it, he was texting me the whole weekend explaining why he did it, along with Massey and a couple of others. I don't remember how Fitzpatrick voted on that. I'd have to go back and look. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. And Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Dom. You want to save the Trump conspiracy for another day?
No, go right ahead, Joe. No, I've said that I told you, Republican counter to this is the person they redacted the name of is the one that said, no, Trump never had anything to do with this. Yeah.
And that article, and I told Henry said, let's open the can of worms up for another day. But that New York Times article is so multi-interpretable. Epstein knew of Trump's behavior. Tom, that's like me saying, hey, I saw Dom and Rich at the Wildwood rally, and I saw their behavior.
Yes.
And then somebody coming up on the news article saying, hey, it was witnessed that someone saw Dom's behavior at the Wildwood rally. Mm-hmm. It's just so irresponsible that I can't wait to see what kind of further slant they put on this.
Well, we'll have a better sense in December because they're going to vote on it to release it, and then I think it's 22,000 or some number or even more. Then we'll have to sift through that, and we'll see.
Yeah, let's. But you could just see venues like The View and CNN having an interpretive field day over this.
Sure.
But my side answer, and I was telling Henry, you probably remember this. There was an old litter commercial with an Indian chief standing on the side of a creek bed with full litter with tears streaming down his eyes.
Ah, yes.
But I think that an appropriate Norman Rockwell repro would be at the Trump wall with immigrants standing on the other side of the breaks in the Trump wall, with especially children with tears streaming down their cheeks.
Oh, Norman Rockwell on that side of it. Wow, that's woo.
That's what I was saying on the phone.
That's very good. Thank you, Joe. People, Joe's not a commie, so now
I wouldn't think so.
All right, so people are reinterpreting Norman Rockwell. Look, I think he was more multidimensional than, in general, my sense is he's just Americana, but he was very much involved in civil rights through his art. Talking about, I forget the one, tolerance, I think it was. More needed to be done, so that's ahead of his time. And I told you, Rosie the Riveter. So hit us with something, a uniquely American situation that you think would gain by the touch of Norman Rockwell. That's a real good one for Joe out of the box. All right, I told Henry this, and it shocked me to read this morning. It's a nugget. I look for these nuggets each day. A Public Citizen, and I think it was Stanford, there's a big study out as we head into the holiday season about how bad is porch piracy. How much? Now, New York leads the country. Of course, New York, you can't trust them. And they guesstimate the value of the packages stolen, the so-called porch pirate of one sort or another. And there's guesswork involved here. There's a lot of maps and charts and all. Is $950 million. In second place, so you're not going to beat New York. In second place, at an astounding number, and right there in the center of it, it made my day. Here's the headline. We arrest him. He cuts them loose. At $450 million. Value of porch piracy just in Philadelphia, not the Philadelphia area, just in Philadelphia proper. $450 million. It's almost $500 million in stuff stolen that's being dropped off. Thank you, Amazon, etc. And the headline, Public Citizen says, conversations held all the time with a police sergeant. Why would we even arrest him? Krasner lets them all walk. We arrest him, he cuts them loose. And the word gets out. I mean, look, they're going to be porch pirates no matter what. You got that, right? We get it. But $450 million. Yet Philadelphia, hey, if you're over in Chestnut Hill, Rittenhouse Square, and you're complaining, hey, I lost a toy my kid really wanted. It was coming that way. Oh, well. Go tell Santa Claus. Go tell Larry Krasner. $450 million in value.
It seems like a ridiculous, absurdly high number. Like we were guessing during the break. And I was going to say 5, and then you went up to 9 digits.
That's a lot of toothbrushes or a lot of stuff. And that's a guesstimate. They say Public Citizen on the low side, and they talk about the fact, that Ferry, who might be on the show tomorrow, Frank Ferry, is the one who instituted a new law that makes this a major deal. If you're a porch pirate. Well, Larry Krasner says, never mind. And Philadelphia then says, never mind. There ought to be a law. Shut up in Philadelphia. Of course, if you voted for Larry Krasner, you ought to shut up for life. I couldn't sit at Thanksgiving dinner with someone who voted for Larry Krasner. I just couldn't. I have to admit it. Is that a spoil? I couldn't. You vote for a Democrat, you voted for Mikey Sherrill, knock yourself out. I don't want to hear it. I'm not talking about that anyhow, Thanksgiving. But you vote for Larry Krasner, and I don't want to be in the same. I'll sit at the kids' table. There's no explaining to you. There is nothing that I can do. You are both ideologically crazy and probably mentally challenged. That's the only explanation I can give. $450 million. And it seems to indicate a lot of it is, during the holiday shopping, things of that nature. Before going further into the DA's record on passage theft, says Public Citizen, let's first look at what happens before charges land in front of a prosecutor. The report notes that fragmented data complicates efforts to track the scope of package theft. The absence of an industry-wide reporting system makes it difficult to aggregate and analyze theft data comprehensively, meaning this is probably on the low side. I know that's hard to believe. That's what they're saying. Look, we realize it's unbelievable, but it's probably more. People get tired of reporting it. We don't have the data here to do it. Could Philadelphia be like $750 million or something? Sure. I ask this question all the time. What would it take in Philadelphia to stop this insane asylum and to vote for people that, now, you're still going to have porch pirates. Frank Ferry, the senator from Langhorne, Bucks County, who's been on with us, they really stiffened the penalties on this. But if the prosecutor's not going to do anything, you could have the death penalty and it doesn't matter because they know he won't do anything. I wonder if it was, how much do you think you've had stolen? And I talk to Roe all the time about this. Let's stop with all the boxes. Let's stop with all the stuff. It's impossible. It's just a never-ending. Oh, it's so convenient.
Well, you're going to need like mailboxes for your boxes. I mean, that's
yeah. Well, you have people now. They get mailed to a place and they go and pick them up there.
Yeah.
I mean, the other gripe with Amazon, they have in their head, I would ticket every truck the maximum amount. They're not going to pull into a parking space. They are going to block traffic no matter what. I'm not saying it's the driver. I'm saying that's their company director.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to get that into Trump's ear. Just in the middle of some kind of conference on Egypt, he blurts out and another thing, Amazon.
These delivery drivers.
Yeah.
What do they get off taking up the entire road?
Exactly.
Maybe you have to go back to the days where you had to sign for packages.
Oh, God, yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. What's the maximum you've had stolen that you had coming in that manner? $450 million. New York is $950. So we're not even close, but we're second, according to this report. I don't know what's third. I just saw Philadelphia, and I'm looking, where is it? Where is it? Come on, get to that paragraph. We arrest them. He cuts them loose. I didn't even need to read anymore. Case closed. Thank you, Larry Krasner. Someday people are going to say, yeah, Dom, you were right. Philadelphia was insane. The mob was insane here to continue to vote for this guy. All right, 855-839-1210. We've got some good ones on Twitter. Joe's was excellent. Hit us with something, some scene that you think Norman Rockwell would put his special touch on that's Americana. Happening now or a recent memory is what we're looking for. Think of all the things this genius did. So we should get some outside the box ones. That's what we're looking for here. And if Besant strikes the penny, I'm going to do the penny tomorrow. Things that are obsolete or soon will be obsolete, but people wish were still pretty much out there. I think Dan used to have dishes at, what was the restaurant? There's only one of them around here in the area.
Should I pull him in?
Yeah, if he's just ask him the name of that restaurant. There was one, the Monte Cristo, I think it was.
Oh man, good Monte Cristo.
Yeah,
nothing better.
Hey, empty nesters, are you seeing price reduced signs popping up all over? If your home isn't priced right or staged to shine, it's going to sit for months. Diane Giordano has been helping homeowners avoid those dreaded price cuts for years. She's got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home sells fast in days for top dollar. Right now is the time to get your list of low-cost fix-ups for your 2026 sale and a copy of her new book, The Smooth Sale Method. She'll be signing copies at the Abington Firehouse on November 25th between 9 and 5. I hope to be there around 4. And she'll also give out free apple and pumpkin pies to our listeners. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, come to Diane's book signing pie event, and you'll get a free copy of her Smooth Sale Method book and a free pie. She has apple or pumpkin. No cherry. Come on now. Diane says, don't miss this one. And again, RSVP. It's all free at getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com. Or call 215-576-8666.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com. Free shipping with orders over $25. 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com. Tell them DAWN1210 sent you.
Picture this. You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay and it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A milder air mass begins to work its way back into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, not as windy with a high of around 54. For tonight, partly cloudy, still a bit breezy with a low 41 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high again 54.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it's Dom time. 20,000 emails circulating out there, allegedly. We're monitoring that, the Epstein thing. Hope to get Jeff Andrew on. He voted to be transparent and release these, and I think that was correct and courageous. The big contention is the one email, they redacted the name of one of the girls because some Republicans charge, and I think they're right, that's the one who said, no, Trump had nothing to do with anything, even though that's the email trail they're putting out on Trump. So this is an evolving story. Michael Wolff involved. That's the guy that wrote the most scathing look at Trump and the Trump campaigns. Allegedly involved as an advisor to Epstein and allegedly trying to pressure to go after Trump a bit. And Mediaite and others have posted, and I knew this was becoming a J.D. Vance tweet in which he talked about why people believe in all these conspiracies when you have a guy like Epstein running wild for the length of time that he did. I'm still in the camp that he killed himself. I know that's dwindling. I should have asked Gerald Posner that. Get Gerald Posner on the line after now and ask him, did Epstein kill himself? Because everybody else in the world is a smart money saying, no, they offed him because of this. That will come up again. All right, let's go to Al in Newfield. And Al's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Al.
Yes, thanks for taking the call. You stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to segue for you into how Krasner's letting criminals go, and there's very little argument about that, except for the fact that his statistics remained somewhat positive, but I don't know what to make of that. But in New Jersey, we do it one better. We have a system of justice here that I work in. It's holistic prosecution.
Right.
And we don't fight cases anymore, even though we have an adversarial process. We negotiate and mediate these cases. And it's unbelievable how we do this, but the people have never spoken on it. The citizens have never voted for that option. And it's 10 times worse because you have public defenders making $100,000 a year, believe it or not, that are now social workers where they should be making $60,000 and they don't do the heavy lifting of a criminal defense attorney. So, but I wanted to compare that, but you've already gone into it, to when you have a president who so clearly pardons people who've already been convicted by juries, and he himself, it's fair to say, is a criminal. You're going to have a hard time getting this.
How's it fair to say Trump is a criminal?
Because the juries have convicted him of crimes.
Oh,
That's not
okay.
enough.
Okay, well, on paper, you're right. But you think what happened in New York...
That's where it happens, on paper.
Well, yeah. Well, no, not necessarily. There's something called on paper. Then there's the eye test, just like in sports. And the eye test is where people take a look at...
The eye test is worse for Donald Trump.
Well, no,
let's use your eye test.
Wait a minute. Let's use the eye test in New York. And you think that's justice and that was criminal behavior with Bragg and the 34 counts, whatever they were. You do?
Yeah, I do. I think it takes a person who's a bit of a rogue to go after Donald Trump, and he may have some shortcomings, but eventually the truth catches up to the lies, and it catches up when you bring the jury in. And this is I'm saying from 20 years experience of doing it. Then you bring them in. They don't always get it right, but when you have different cases, different times, different counts.
Why did America reject that? And not only did they elect Trump, they rejected what happened in New York.
Well, this is where I am on that. If you let me just take 30 seconds to tell you, I went to Philly when Trump's first time around, and I thought it was that his side was paying for people to come out, and that we couldn't have.
Okay, Al, we're getting way off the track here. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that Norman Rockwell moment, something you'd like to see him do that you think is uniquely American. All right, so we have with Epstein, Michael Wolff's involvement now. You're going to see this in the House. Fox is not reporting it too much. I think they ought to, even though they can report it in the way that I am, which is just giving you what we have now and where the next emails may drop, and that will happen in December, I think, after the vote on this, to be fully transparent. I don't know how much more is out there. But Democrats redacting the name of the young woman they're putting forward today, talking about Trump and hours alone and all, is the one who exonerated Trump. That's a bad look. All right? And again, this is a moment here where I'm with Jeff Van Drew and how he voted, which is full transparency on this. Get these things out there. Let's get to the bottom of what we can make out of this and then move on. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you need to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Imagine 245 million in porch piracy. According to this report, we're second in the country. And some of it is because they're not going to prosecute people on this. That's the total value. New York is almost $1 billion. It's Alvin Bragg, well, among others. It's almost hard to believe. All right, let's talk Rescue for a moment. At Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. Again, 800-262-5483. Online, res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralke, Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events at Springfield Country Club, December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-2085. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-555-2085.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Yeah, we are in a hurry to get things done. We're over a week past a debacle that disenfranchised people. I don't care what anyone says. in some way, shape, or form, at least inconvenience them mightily, 75,000 people in Chester County. And, we're still counting the provisionals, and we still have not determined who is a neutral party that can investigate this. Really? You think we're going to go away? We have Wally Zimmerlong on, who's already filed suit to investigate, big-time federal attorney, Trump attorney. And joining us is the Chester County RNC chair, Dr. Rafi Terzian, and also the Chester County Republican Committee controller or solicitor here on Talk Radio 1210. Dr. Rafi, welcome back. And Dolores, welcome to you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thanks for having us on. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you. You're welcome. Let me start with the solicitor. Where are we legally at this point? What action are you guys looking at, or what action have you taken at this point?
Well, we've had some discussions that we're not at liberty to talk about at this point. We have sent out emails to all 230 precincts, to our committee people,
right?
Because we're investigating the facts. We've gotten about 40 back. We want to be sure before we make accusations. But I also, on Election Day, have 13 hours of text messages with the county solicitor. So I'm pretty sure what they were doing on that day. I also have the communications that may or may not have gone from voter services to each of the Joes. But the reason they didn't go is because we have spent 2 years telling them about the deficiencies in their processes, and they have not listened to us for the mere fact that we are Republicans.
Wow. Now, that's new. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Rafi, wouldn't you think, given the big picture here is Republicans, Democrats maybe not so much, some of them anyhow, want transparent, we don't want any doubt about the election cycle, no matter how it cuts. Wouldn't they have gone through, do you know, did they go through, a dry run of this in some sort? It seems preposterous to me, given the stakes, that you wouldn't test these things out in advance. What do you know about that?
No, I mean, I agree completely. This is, to me, the most basic function and responsibility of voter services. And I think you used the right adjective up front. You said debacle, and it is indeed a debacle. And the folks have been disenfranchised. I mean, you're talking about 75,000 independent and other voters who were left out of the poll book. And we got reports of that pretty early, and we're on top of it right away. And we could go into more detail about all the conflicting information that was provided and put out there. I personally, on Election Day, was around a lot of the precincts and heard from a lot of people who were very angry and could not understand how something so basic could have been overlooked. When you plan for an election, you would think this, again, you got to have the poll books have to be in order. And that was clearly not the case. So, it's been a challenging week to say the least, but this fiasco has made it even worse. And, as Dolores explained, we're looking at exploring all avenues at this point, because I do not believe this election can be certified on the basis of what transpired.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. What would the consequence be of that if it cannot be certified with all those votes? What could possibly come out of that then?
Well, first, I'll defer to my colleague here who's an attorney, but if it's not, the Board of Elections will have the final say about whether certification can proceed. Now, you've got the two Democrat commissioners who, frankly, I don't have a lot of faith will do the right thing. But if they were not to certify for whatever reason, I understand at that point it would go to the jurisdiction of a judge. Is that correct?
Okay. That's correct. Then they would appeal.
Okay.
So, but that's my opinion. I don't believe they can certify. We have some commentary on our social media because they are talking about some sort of investigation timeline, and then they're going to do this into December and et cetera. Well, there are statutory deadlines that have to be met for tying up, elections and certifying them and all that. I don't see how you can have, an investigation after you certify something if that's what they end up doing. The other part of this is there needs to be a third party involved in the review of this case. You can't, I believe that's what they've suggested they're going to do, but we've not been asked to participate, and we ought to be asked. I mean, all the parties should be asked to participate.
Absolutely. Now, Eric Rowe was on as the minority Republican commissioner, and again, the thing that really calls into question, he gave an answer to me that I don't accept. I'm not saying it's on him, Rafi, but the idea that we're coming up on 8 days in, they haven't agreed on a third party, to your point, to do this. You got to do that. I don't care if you're counting votes and whatever else you've done. We're not going to go into Thanksgiving and forget about this. That's the bottom line. It should be done today. By today, we should know who will be the third party looking at this.
I agree completely. We agree.
Yes. If I could add something to that?
Sure.
I have documents where we have written to them, we have gone to the Board of Elections meetings, we've gone to the commissioners' meetings, and we pointed out that they have a policy and practice that led to this. This is not just about the poll books. There is a lot more that needs to be explored, and I think the way to do that, to have people have confidence in what's going on, is to bring in the people who have been most vocal about their problems, and that would be the RCCC. And I'm volunteering. I will be happy to get onto that committee, and I guarantee you they will not be happy to have me on. Let's see what they do.
Well, let's talk about this, not just the legal side, but the public perception. I don't see people with the pitchforks out there in Chester County as I would be leading them on. Are they? Are people finally stunned by this, at best, incompetency, and at worst, just let's keep Republicans out of it? Are people really upset about this?
Well, I mean, we've certainly heard from a lot of people, Dom, who are upset. And, even if one person is disenfranchised,
right,
that should infuriate everyone. The right to vote is a sacred right. And, at least from the reports we're getting, and this is where we need some help, because we need folks who were adversely impacted to let us know about their experience. I think that's critical. I mean, I can tell you anecdotally, having gone around the county, I heard that firsthand from a lot of people. But we need to know about these episodes. And yeah, we are hearing. We're seeing it on our social media. We're getting calls. We're getting emails. People are upset. And again, if you're a fair-minded person, even if you don't agree with, even if you're not a Republican, it should upset you.
No, without a doubt. So before you go, Doris, we have the Wally Zimmerlong, who's a friend, his suit. We have Linda Kearns, and we pointed people to go to them too. But I'd rather go to you guys too. So where do they go to tell you their experience and whatever their claim is and this, how they're feeling about this, Rafi? Where do they go?
So the best thing to do would be to send us an email. Okay. With some details, and they can do that at hq@republicancccc.com, hq@republicancccc.com. They can message us through our social media, Facebook, Instagram, or X. I think those would be the best avenues to reach us and to let us know. We've been spending some time, just so you know, over at the Central Scan, watching the evaluation of these provisional ballots. They expect that's going to continue for a couple days more, but they are beginning to now. People have asked us as well, what's the status of my ballot? They're looking for their status. They can't find it. And those results are starting to now appear on their website. So we expect in the coming days those numbers should begin to appear.
And Dolores, final
word.
word.
To add, yes, I sent 22 pages of documents over to Wally because they need to prove that these commissioners were deliberately indifferent to the rights of all voters. And I think those 22 pages, which includes my 13 hours of text messages with the county solicitor, I think that does that.
Well, wait a minute. Give us the flavor of that. Now, that takes it to another level, saying they're indifferent. What sense do you get from these text messages that would indicate that?
Well, it's not just the text messages, it's the 2 years.
Okay.
I mean, we have been complaining about the advice that the solicitors have been giving, to voter services and pointing out to them where that advice is deficient. The most glaring one was the prothonotary who was resigned. The Democrat prothonotary had to resign, eventually arrested for misuse of government funds. And that race was left off of the primary ballot at the advice of the county solicitor. And Josh Maxwell said, I'm responsible. Well, Josh, if you're responsible, what are you going to do about it?
Absolutely. Boy, what a duo. Thank you, guys. Please let Henry know if there's an update, even slight. Our listeners, even in Jersey, all over the place, are on this because, big picture, we don't want these incidents, not just for the disenfranchised and what went on in Chester County, but this leads to this all-out battle over elections. That's what's going to happen.
That's right, Dom. That's exactly right. But, yeah, thank you for having us on. We appreciate it.
You are welcome.
Yes,
thank
you.
you. Dolores, a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bye-bye now.
All right, Chester County, we're on it. We are, going to the docks to get more information on this every day. You heard, particularly from Dolores, the attorney here with the Republicans, but the broader, where the broader thing goes. What is wrong with these voters out in the suburbs? I don't want to be lectured to by any more of these people like Houlihan and others in horsey country. Is Houlihan banging the drum on this? No, she's not. The Democrats are not. They really don't care about this because they don't see any political edge in it for them. Are they indifferent? Well, when you have a guy just crab walk up the side of a wall and escape your prison and almost murder people for days, and you just move on, I guess everything's okay. It must be nice to live in these worlds of Chester County and Montgomery County and even Delaware County. What is wrong there where this type of stuff goes on? And yet, we're just waiting day to day in Delaware County. They raised taxes 23% last year. I'm hearing they may raise it 20% again this year. These are zombies. These are progressive liberal zombies that populate the suburbs now. They moved away from Philadelphia because it was so bad, and now they're destroying the suburbs, and they're almost there. They've destroyed Montgomery County. They're done with that. Now the ravaging moves on to Delco. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We're an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to drseusscoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's drseusscoins.com, drseusscoins.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, it is Dom time. The budget has passed in the House. I don't know what the Senate's going to do with it in Pennsylvania. So we'll talk with Martina White, hopefully. I don't know if she voted for it or against it. You heard what's going on in Chester County, though. The broader thing here, Republicans care about the perception of elections. We just can't go through this. And a broader 30,000-foot view is apparently people in the suburbs can. I know a lot of people are upset, but they still vote for these Democrats. Again and again and again and again, we see this play out. You would think after seeing what we see in Philadelphia and some of these other counties, Chester County would wake up. Apparently not. I don't know if they hate Trump too, and that's what it is, but they're willing to put up with something that's a debacle pretty much of historic proportions. I think the DOJ and others might come in. We have Wally Zimmerlong on, Linda Kearns. We're on it, and the arrogance that they're diddling over there about who's going to be the party that's going to be the independent party on this 8 days into it. And you heard the attorney, and that's kind of breaking to me, Dolores, talking about the indifference case to this. What does it take? I keep on asking this when it comes to the suburbs. And Delco, as I said, waited till after the election. They are apparently going to raise taxes again by 20%. They're going to blame COVID. They raised it by 23 the last time. Now, the Republican Party, I'm not pulling punches. They're not good in Delaware County. I don't care. I just want to see this nonsense stop in the suburbs. It's bad enough in the city. And we've gone over what seems to be driving it. And some of the numbers in Bucks County, Joe Conman, the guy elected DA, is the first DA elected who's a Democrat in Bucks County since the 1800s. And overwhelmingly. Yeah, Martina White will be here at 1:45, so I'll let her lay it out. There's an awful lot more spending. I think the olive branch with Republicans, they got rid of this Reggie stuff, the regional climate stuff coming out of California, and I guess that was enough for them on that to spend all this money. But they are spending a lot more money, maybe not what Josh Shapiro wanted, but a lot more. And it's just out of nowhere. I'm not exactly sure how it happened. All right. A guy that I just you know me by now over the years. I just despise just even mentioning his name and looking at him is very much in the news. This Nick Fuentes guy, a maniac, a conspiracy artist extraordinaire. And I don't know if he is the Groyper face of that or not, Henry. But as I understand it, this I'm not sure of the derivation. It seems to be British, the Groper or Groyper. That America, and look, we've talked about this in a reasonable way. For young adults getting that first home, the idea of opportunity is why you're seeing Mandani and others elected in New York. People don't see it's there, but this group just wants to burn it down. We're still living in America. It still is the land of opportunity, is it not? Are the limitations on young people trying to get ahead today so great, particularly young men? Now, and I get the argument with young men by a culture, toxic masculinity that's downgraded men. The Democrat Party up and down the line. Henry, do you know anybody that is a Groyper?
I honestly didn't really know what that was until you just said
okay.
it. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, yeah. It's apparently the Fuentes guy and these other.
Yeah, it's his followers.
Yeah.
They use a variant of the Pepe the Frog meme, which is called Groyper.
Yes, exactly. But at base, it's burn it all down. And they like Trump, not because Trump's going to solve anything, is the theory. And I think it's pretty sound, but because he's going to burn it down. And that's what they want. Look, you had to do what you had to do to get elected with Trump going on those bro shows. Another whole group of people that to me are just shallow, despicable. What terms can I use? There's no message there. Let's move on to the bigger fish. Tucker Carlson, who now talks about another attack of demons. He's telling Megyn Kelly. Now, Megyn Kelly is shrewder than this. I'm sitting there listening to a guy telling me he's attacked by demons right before he left Fox, and demons attacked him again. Look at these scratches. And if Tucker Carlson, if you hear anybody say, oh, well, I'm just asking questions, bringing the Fuentes or these guys on who just are beneath contempt, and they say, well, I'm just asking questions. What's wrong with asking questions? No, we already know the whole deal. I'm not asking Nikki Fuentes any questions, right? But there's the whole thing going on here inside the Republican Party with these guys, that they've gotten traction. And as I said, Trump needing to win, does the bro tour, remember, before the election. And I get what the argument is, that for young men, toxic masculinity, feminization of the culture, attacking males, it's there from the Democrat, but without a doubt. But does that mean, and Henry, I thought you would have heard that, but I mean, I heard it, but I just dismissed it as a minor thing. Apparently, it's a bigger thing going on now with when Carlson and all these others get involved with this. It's a big influence.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. They got their following for sure.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so again, I was watching O'Reilly with Bill Maher. Pretty entertaining stuff. O'Reilly was on his game. So was Bill Maher, going back and forth. O'Reilly saying 23 million people watched the Kennedy Center thing.
Oh, yeah.
Next time I got him on, I'm going to say our statisticians say it wasn't 23 million on News Nation. That's like preposterous. Come on, Bill. But they did bring up Fuentes and bring up what's going on in the Republican Party with this guy. All right, now Henry is off to a wedding in Charleston tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, the numbers look even worse today. Thousands of flights impacted by the shutdown. We thought they would go down with the kind of settlement that's going to happen this afternoon. But apparently, for some reason, maybe they're taking off now. They feel it's settled. I'm not sure, but more and more impacted.
I just hope I get out of here.
Yeah,
that's as long as I'm on the plane, I don't care when it is.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
That's just like I don't want to have to drive down to Charleston and then come back. Oh.
Well, maybe you can hitch a ride. Besant is from Charleston.
Oh, really?
When he comes on, I'm going to hit him with that.
Oh, I'll take him with his train.
Yeah, there we go.
I saw there was a 12-hour Amtrak. It's in the cards right now, unfortunately.
I'm looking at my texting to see if Secretary Besant's person has come up with a train to get him here to strike the last penny at the Mint. And so far, they're working on it.
Might as well put it on the tracks at that point,
I mean,
right?
I got this at like 11:58, right before air. Sorry, his train has been canceled. Oh, I don't know. Maybe there's something super secret going on and it'll come out. But I want to know, how's he going to get the price of coffee and bananas down? That's what he said on Fox and Friends this morning. So affordability is frontline, and I commend part of the Trump administration for going after this. I get them saying, look, they inherited a mess from Biden. We know that. But the lesson from the Biden years, finally, you just cannot ignore this and just say, well, wages are going to be all that stuff. People are not going to buy it. And sadly, in Jersey, that's some of what happened to Jack Ciattarelli. I mean, did Jack Ciattarelli do anything to make coffee so expensive in Jersey? No. I mean,
he's the one causing the storms down in Colombia
right.
and everything.
Right. I mean, I really want to get Jack on. I've been texting people, this guy, when he's ready. I just think he ran a hell of a campaign, and all the blame and all the nonsense coming out of the woodwork here from Mikey Sherrill. I know it's hard to understand. I'll give you the memo her people wrote, her chief of staff, about how they won, and this is how Democrats can win nationally. Not buying it. You won in Jersey. Talk about a home court advantage. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with something, the passing of Norman Rockwell, uniquely American, that you'd like to see a Rockwell art attempt on it. We've had Joe of Columbus was a very good one of how you think it would go. And it could be anything you think that is Americana. Just think of something you like and tell me how you think he would portray it. By the way, if you want to catch up on, I didn't know he's the one that coined Rosie the Riveter and did the whole thing. Quite a campaign, one of the all-time campaigns. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we're hosting Thanksgiving this year at the new house. I don't want to do a turkey in the oven, but I want to rent a wood pellet smoker. My wife thinks I'm going to blow the house up. You will. Does the audience trust me to do it and come back without any property damage or self-inflicted wounds? My wife will not let me do it, and I want to deep fry a Cajun turkey.
Zeal used to do it.
Oh, my God, they're the best. So he has it. DeSantis, book me for $350 today. All right?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for just $328 a month for 42 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more. Gold is now around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. Go to EstatesRoadshow.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available. all.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So on this Norman Rockwell side question, will now be at it. No, will now be at it, picking up dog poop. Okay, yeah, Norman Rockwell would be big with that. I think they a Norman Rockwell portrait of drug addicts slumped over like zombies in Kensington, along with a trashed cityscape. Wait a minute, this isn't Andy Warhol or something. It's Norman Rockwell.
Seriously. I mean, maybe if you threw, like, I don't know, like one lone police officer picking up the trash in that scene or something.
That's
yeah,
right.
that makes it a Rockwell.
Yeah. Let's see here, the others. I mean, I just think we've gone to the dark side here.
All it took was what? It took one from John here to set everything off.
Communist that he is. Fisherpine, Leslie, voters waiting in line to sign in with a sign that says, please have your ID ready when signing in. Okay, Norman Rockwell could.
We're getting a little more positive, I guess.
But Norman Rockwell is the positive Americana, even though, as I said, he took on civil rights, he took on some of these things. Some of his most famous, though, are that American spirit, the holidays, things associated with it, not dog poop or Kensington.
So are we being facetious, or do you think these are people's true feelings of, the reflection of the country here?
Yeah, they are.
What are the highlights? Picking up poop and
I mean,
needles in Kensington.
There's got to be an upside to it at the same time. Yes,
I would hope there's still at least a few scenes they could be like, oh man, that's American.
Exactly. 855.
I guess these are American.
839-1210. Is the positive so hard? I know on the side we often get the negative. They're more entertaining, but there's got to be a few positive out there. By the way, one thing yesterday, quite a Veterans Day show. We played the president at the top from Arlington Cemetery. And one thing the media left out when they talked about some of the things that he said, he talked about the response of the veterans. Over 3 million VA backlog claims have been processed just in this period of time. Over 1 million extra VA service hours. Opened 20 new VA facilities in 13 states. And just confirmed that since he's taken off, his veterans' unemployment rate has plummeted by 26%. So New York Times did a long thing. And look, I'm not a fan. And if you are, you have to tell me straight up why. Speaking from Arlington Cemetery and going into campaign stuff. But the New York Times, all right, they reported he did that. That's fine. But they didn't report on those things that I just told you. And those are amazing. Those are real metrics that indicate care and concern for veterans. And when the president's in Arlington putting them out, and you want to cover him and go after him on the downside of what he said, okay. How about letting people know some of those statistics? directly from the receipts that they have at the Veterans Administration. I think Collins is doing a heck of a job there. We don't hear the usual stuff that we hear that's negative, or as much of it. Just, again, on Veterans Day and speaking from Arlington, you don't go into the back and forth over the shutdown or anything else. Better to just stick to the message, which is veterans on that day. Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom. It's good to talk to you today. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I wasn't able to call in, but I really appreciated your show yesterday, man. That was really well done, and a lot of us out here really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Robert. Thank you very much.
I went out to Valley Forge. We got a family friend out there, so I was listening to you on the way back, and I was going to call in, but I had people with me, and it was kind of a down day. So, but But I wanted to go with something that might be a little more positive Americana with a funny twist. I would like to see Norma Rockwell do a painting of a World Series celebration at the stadium. And I want to go with the Phillies because Tug McGraw, what he did when we won the World Series is such an iconic thing. And the players piled up behind him. But instead of saying, congratulations, we won, you know them little bubbles in the pictures where you see they're talking to it? Like maybe have Larry Bowa saying to Pete Rose, you picked us, right? Or maybe have Mike Schmidt saying to Luzinski, as much as you eat, you should open your own restaurant. Or Dallas Green saying to Lonnie Smith, I hope you do something about that foot odor next year. Or Gary Maddox saying to Bob Boone, man, you take too long in the bathroom, that kind of thing, because it adds a personal note to it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to leave it there. I really appreciate you guys. Have a great day, all right?
I didn't know that about Bob Boone in the bathroom. I guess he was just making that up.
He might have.
You ever hear about George Brett, what George Brett did in the bathroom?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I don't know if I want to hear about
that. I just love that scene of Brett running out after they threw his bat out and said the home run didn't count.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that is an all-timer.
I'd like for someone to get that mad in baseball again.
Absolutely. All right, Kash Patel is suddenly giving a brief today on China and fentanyl. And again, there's a lot of information on that. The problem is, what are we going to do to push back on China? It's easier to me. I like hitting the Venezuelan drug boats. I don't care if they're coming here or where they're going. They're drug dealers. I'd rather hit the cartels in Mexico, though. And I think President Trump at some point in the future will probably do that. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. This is cut, let's see. This is cut 19. This is the Global Wind Energy Council. They had their big confab about climate yesterday. And listen to the presidente of this group. This is an influential group still out there on climate, wanting world governments to shut down what they say is misinformation, disinformation. So if I say something on climate that he doesn't agree with, that should be censored. Here's from the conference.
There's a lot to do, and there's no silver bullet. I think that's one of the things we've all, there's no kind of solution that's just going to solve everything. So maybe just a few points that I think are important. One is, governments need to see this as a kind of public safety issue, and they need to take a stance. They can't just be saying, this is just free speech. It's a really naive idea. And this is not free speech, guys. This is not free speech, and I just want to be really clear about this. The platforms are controlled by 5 or 6 people. Mm-hmm. And it's about to get worse because we've got the whole takeover of TikTok by Larry Ellison and the Murdochs and so on, which is in the pipeline, right? So the big platforms in the West are controlled by 5 or 6 people. This is not freedom of speech. This is a control of eyeballs and communications by a very concentrated people. So democratizing media and bringing more media and more reporting and human reporting back into the room is going to be really essential.
All right, so censor, shut it down under the guise they're being controlled by a few people that are spreading misinformation, disinformation. Shut it down. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
I noticed in what he was saying there, like, he wants more, like, outside media in? Is that what I was getting from that? Like, he doesn't want it from, like, people to report it on Twitter, I'm guessing is what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
But, like, where else are you going to report it?
Exactly.
No,
this guy wants to censor. That's what it is.
Okay.
If you differ with him on what he's saying about climate and what we should do actually in our lives, then you're a menace. And you mentioned national security. This is a security. It's age-old, and I guess he thought he was clever by then throwing in Larry Ellison and these others. They're actually dictating all this, which they're not when it's on Twitter, for example.
Yeah, go make your own social media then if you think it stinks.
Exactly, right. Well, yeah.
He's got the money.
Voices. Yeah, exactly. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So Kash Patel saying the FBI or the Trump administration has really dented the fentanyl pipeline. All right, we'll see. I'm hoping that's the case. We know that China's involvement, but we also know Mexico's involvement in the cartels and it ending up in Kensington and places like that. Hit us on the side question today. Norman Rockwell, Roberts was brilliant. Hit us with something positive if you can, or do you think Rockwell would say, that's it, I've done the positive in my career. The schmaltz. He was schmaltz on an elevated level, emotional level. I think he reflected America. So are we saying that America no longer exists? I don't think so.
It's to me, that's kind of what it sounds like. I don't want to say everyone's kind of joking with these answers, but at the same time, it's like, that kind of is America now. For better or for worse,
Well, that's what the battle is. I mean, there are certain segments that would say yes, but is there not in America, say over the holidays, that that's a thing that
there's still the positives, but I think we're trained to in this age of media and everything to only see the negatives.
Yeah. So see if he can dredge up a positive. Newman Price was, I don't know if he said the dog poop. Come on, Norman Rockwell's not doing dog poop. He would do what Henry did. It might be a bad scene, but he has a cop still picking up. That's a real good one.
Yeah.
Somebody in a mass of these problems picking up litter.
The light in the darkness.
That's exactly what Norman Rockwell was about. And again, he was about the civil rights movement. He was on the cutting edge of that, but he did it in a way that was, saying that America can overcome this also. Man, we're going to have trouble selling Norman Rockwell today. I've never been to the museum. If you have, what's the star of the Norman Rockwell Museum? I'm not sure. I haven't been to it. 855-839-1210, though. I'm still monitoring Secretary Bessent. He's been radio silent after his train was canceled. He was going to come here and strike the last penny. So the penny is still holding out over there at the Mint. We still might have the penny by the end of the day. We're tracking it. Yes. You had something there? No?
No, I'm breaking down to John here, the idiosyncrasies of one Dom Giordano.
Oh, okay. Well, let's put that, there ought to be a textbook that you have here. Page 32.
Dude, I'm basically writing one at this point. It's just verbal.
Never say this or always say that. Absolutely. I might give him a quiz later on, Henry. We'll see how your tutelage is. And we'll see if you can get out of Dodge or Newark tonight.
Oh, gosh.
Let's talk first, though, dentistry, about my good friend, my dentist, personal dental specialist extraordinaire, and board-certified prosthodontist, the one and only Dr. Robert Bentz, with big news that we've been telling you about and what it means for you. Because Dr. Bentz and now his daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small feat. So now the Bentzes have over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them. Thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz. Now we have two prosthodontists that can serve you and open up more hours for you. The best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental issues like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry that's provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz, a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care, perhaps a second opinion, dentists all the time send people to Dr. Bentz. I encourage you to do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Get that initial evaluation right now. Visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Dawn Stensland here with my secret to keeping warm while I'm hosting and reporting live on some of our city's biggest winter events and parades, thanks to my heat holder thermal socks, gloves, and base layers. 7 times warmer than regular socks, and they are great gifts with flannel or microplush comfy PJs, vests, and blankets. Heatholders.com, free shipping with orders over $25, 15% off with promo code DAWN1210. Heatholders.com, tell them DAWN1210 sent you.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A milder air mass begins to work its way back into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, not as windy, with a high of around 54. For tonight, partly cloudy, still a bit breezy, with a low 41 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Thursday, expect a mixture of sunshine and clouds, with a high again 54.
Find Acura lease deals, finance offers, and special programs at your local Piazza Acura dealer in Ardmore, Westchester, or Reading. Browse inventory online, including the all-new ADX at piazzaacura.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. State Representative Martina White will be joining us in about 8 or 9 minutes, and we'll talk with her about the vote today of the House. We're out of the shutdown in the House. Now it's on to the Senate. What's in there after all this time here in Pennsylvania? Not as dramatic as the national shutdown, but a lot of money involved, a lot of posturing, a lot of Josh Shapiro. A lot more money spent on the public schools. Why? There's not enough money being spent already? And they pulled out of this agreement, this Reggie stuff that involves climate coming out of California. Maybe that's what Republicans wanted and what they got. And this one has been intense. Death threats. Joe Pittman, we've had him on, majority leader in the Senate. This Matt Bradford, big mouth guy from the suburbs, who seems to control things in Harrisburg. And now we have a settlement. And again, how does this play out in the big governor's race coming up with Stacey Garrity versus Josh Shapiro? All right, we started off, though, today talking about Scott Bessent and affordability. And I guess in Pennsylvania, we're going to see that also. If you missed it yesterday, this is cut one. Wanted to play you a little bit, though, of what Josh Shapiro's all about. And one of the worst things that Democrats have done, now, I'm in the camp that I don't necessarily think J.D. Vance is going to be the Republican nominee. There's a lot to admire about J.D. Vance, but not exactly charismatic. All right? I know he's the odds-on favorite as vice president, but Rubio, a few others could definitively be, it's going to be a heck of a battle to be the nominee. Shapiro, though, says in his mind, look, I'm going to be the Democrat nominee. Vance is the odds-on to be the Republican. I got to tear down his story. I got to tear down the hillbilly elegy. Cut one, here's Shapiro.
Yeah. So was the release of the federal funds a mistake? Like just yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance said, he called the court order absurd. Do we think that the release of the funds was a mistake, or is it a direct result of you guys going to court?
Well, let me answer both the J.D. Vance piece and the other piece. This is as a result of us continuing to push legally with the judge and the judge ruling that no longer would there be a partial payment, but the full payment. And the moment we got that ruling, Secretary Arkush went into action, pushed that button, and got the dollars flowing again, the federal dollars. And look, as for J.D. Vance, I got to say, look, I think America has a president, a vice president that don't give a damn about all Americans. They have made that crystal clear. And at least with Donald Trump, he's transparent about that. J.D. Vance is a total phony. And let me explain why. J.D. Vance rose to some prominence by writing a book about growing up in Appalachia, where there's a whole lot of people who get snapped. He made millions of dollars on the backs of telling their stories, and then he turned his damn back on those very people who he likes to write about and claim as his own. Here's another thing J.D. Vance claims. He claims to be a person of faith. I know my Bible. And my Bible teaches us that we are to love thy neighbor. And we are to feed the hungry. Deuteronomy says if you see a person who is in need, you don't give them a clenched fist, you open up your hand.
All right, we got enough of
so
him
for
here.
J.D. Vance now to turn around.
Okay, so a couple things there. One, going after his religion. And what does the Bible say about this extremist on abortion? I'm not just talking about vaguely pro-choice. That would be Josh Shapiro. And trying to tear down a guy who went through a dysfunctional family and rose to the other side, the American dream. They have to go after that. They are not going to let that kind of connection be there that Vance has and hillbilly elegy and how that riveted America, that experience. That's what they're doing here. This guy is a menace. He is an all-time menace. And if he is their nominee, well, first of all, we have to defeat him for governor. But I thought the rules, Josh, you don't talk about religion. You don't, this type of stuff. You don't like it. And it's only one-sided. The religion says do what Democrats want through government spending, or somehow or another, you're mean. Somehow or another, something's wrong with you. What about protecting taxpayers and their money? Is that not mean? All right, Martina White is next here. She voted today on the bill that would remove the shutdown. What did Republicans get in this? We'll find out. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. high school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday nights at 10, James Bailey and Daryl Dobis run down all of the big high school games in the region. Be here Friday night at 10, the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Let's fall in love again with old Europe. This time, we're discovering Europe's best-kept secret, stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we're calling home for 10 days next spring. And if you've loved our tour events in Italy, you're going to love what Conservative Tours has designed just for our listeners at 1210. Dining at wineries that rival the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with seafood restaurants. Call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Join me for the history, cuisine, and unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you in Bellum Tower. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Start your collectible coin journey today with the first ever Seuss coin. Hip, hip, hooray! The Grinch is here for all to see. DrSeussCoins.com kicks off your collecting spree. Now, for the first time ever, Rare Collectibles TV has licensed Dr. Seuss's beloved creations, making them come to life on collectible, adorable coins. Don't wait, or you'll be too late. Get yours today before they're gone forever. Only 5,000 examples have been minted. Each Grinch coin is made from 1 ounce of pure .999 fine silver and is in perfect condition. Give the gift of wonder and enchantment to your kids or your grandkids. Just go to DrSeussCoins.com to start this whimsical coin journey today with the limited edition Silver Grinch coin. That's DrSeussCoins.com, DrSeussCoins.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in Martina White, one of our all-time favorites, representative from Northeast Philadelphia, and Larry Krasner, adversary extraordinaire. Voting today, suddenly, is the shutdown on the way to being over in Pennsylvania. Let's go to Martina. Well, Martina, before we get to the shutdown, How are you doing election night? I was sitting here thinking, what else can this guy do?
Yeah, look, didn't get the results that we wanted in terms of, getting Krasner out of office. I think that inevitably what happened, and we saw it with the turnout, the Democrats, even up in New York, they got Mamdani in there as their mayor. But locally, it certainly, it just, to me, it doesn't make any sense as to why the public would continue to reelect this guy. But I think it was really just a backlash against the president overall on the Democrats, and that's what drove them out. I think that in terms of the performance of the Republican turnout in Northeast Philadelphia, it was certainly much, much higher than in past cycles in the off years. I think we got somewhere up of, in some of the districts, like 40% of the turnout. So that I was really proud of, and I think it just shows you that we're kind of living in, a tale of two cities, or we're living under one city umbrella, but we're living in two different worlds in terms of the political environment that the public feels. And I think it's important that we continue to push our, the work that we do. And I think we've seen that here in Harrisburg as well, to try to obviously compromise, but continue to advocate for the things that we're passionate about. And that, I think is really critical for the future of Pennsylvania and for Philadelphia.
Well, the bright spots, you and Joe Picozzi there in Northeast Philadelphia. So, Martina, how did you vote on this bill?
So I voted yes on this year's budget. First off, it's been over 4 months late. So I was getting pretty concerned that, this budget certainly couldn't go into the new year. I know in some years past that has happened, but there were actually school districts saying that they would have to shut down indefinitely if the budget did not get done soon. So, that's a major problem. And I think that this budget overall, the reason I was a yes is for a few particular reasons. One was we were able to achieve what we had set out from the very beginning of the budget cycle. Our caucus, we'd been talking about three main priorities. One was boosting our energy economy, and we were able to do that by getting out of RGGI. So RGGI would have been a 30% tax increase on electric bills for families, and it hurts energy producers. They don't want to come to Pennsylvania. They don't want to invest dollars in buildings and sites to help produce more energy. So when that happens, energy prices go up because demand is still high, and it's pulling energy off the grid. So I think that was a huge, huge win. It's also going to shift the trajectory of the Commonwealth, because now we'll be able to be the beneficiaries of all these dollars of investment. We'll see jobs being created, economic growth and output. The other piece to the budget was, making sure that we increase school choice opportunities for families. That in Philadelphia, when less than 36% of third graders are at reading grade level, that is a problem. So we help to improve not only literacy programs to ensure that students are being taught properly how to read, which you'd think that was already being done, but unfortunately here in the Commonwealth we are really stuck between a rock and a hard place at times.
Well, wait a minute, Martina. Did that mandate then that phonics be the way that we go, or is it just the resources?
It mandates that the literacy programs be taught properly through our education system. That phonics. It's really a literacy program specifically, not just not just what's been done in the past. It's a big change. I would also say that in terms of school choice specifically, there's more scholarship dollars that are being allocated. So $50 million more for, local, in my district, it's like St. Anselm, St. Christopher's, St. Martha's, these schools. A lot of families, they want to send their kid to a private school, but they can't necessarily afford it, but they know that their alternative option at maybe a public school isn't going to work for their kid. So these types of scholarship programs are really helpful for families. But just back to the literacy piece, it's an evidence-based reading instruction curriculum, and it also provides professional development training for the teachers. So there's a universal reading screener from lists that were recommended by Reading Leadership Council, provided by the Pennsylvania Department of Education. So we have really, I think, adopted a much better program that's going to help students actually learn how to read.
And that's a mandate then, right? That's what we're talking about,
they have
right?
to screen. They're going to have to screen each student that's enrolled in kindergarten through third grade for reading competency 3 times a year. It requires notification to parents if there is a reading deficiency. They have to develop a reading intervention plan for each student in K through third grade if they are identified to having a reading deficiency. So there's monitors in place, and then there's also enforcement of the school entity for compliance. Otherwise, they could forfeit some grants. So there's really a price for noncompliance. We want to make sure that there's accountability measures in place and that our students are actually learning how to read. This is basic stuff. This really, it's wild that it hasn't been done, previously. But I know that the member Jason Ortiz has been working on this policy for 5 years, and the idea that we were able to get it into this budget proposal, while we're in the minority, is pretty incredible, and it speaks volumes to the passion that we have as Republicans for educating our young people out there and to ensuring that they have a bright future. So, I'm proud of my colleague. I'm also, proud that we were able to, get some of these pieces into the budget. But this is just, I think it's a Pennsylvania budget. Each piece of this is going to help Pennsylvanians in some way, shape, or form. I think that what we've been able to achieve is pretty phenomenal. And I know a lot of people have been talking about, different benefit integrity programs, which was another priority for us in the very beginning of the session, making sure that, when we have a vulnerable population and there's a benefits program that's being made available to them, that there aren't people who are taking advantage of those programs that shouldn't be. So waste, fraud, and abuse of those, programs, we put some measures in there to help advance ensuring benefit integrity. So these are all great and kind of big ideas and big proposals that we were able to, again, get to an agreement on. And I think that Pennsylvania is going to be moving in a much better direction overall.
Take a look at the governor's race. I don't know if any of this plays out. What's the biggest vulnerability? If you were running against Josh Shapiro, we think that Stacey Garrity's a heck of a candidate, the rural background, the treasurer, the military background, et cetera. But we're into the real heavy duty with this guy. What's the vulnerability? What have you learned up close that has to be the way to run a campaign against Shapiro?
So the governor is very politically savvy. He toes the line on a ton of issues. He doesn't necessarily make a decision on where he wants to be, or if he does, he'll tend to side with the far left because he's trying to accommodate a progressive voter base for the primary of a presidential cycle. And that's a real shame because again, I'll bring it up, but Mamdani up in, being selected as the mayor of New York, an economic engine of the nation, it's wild to me that that's even a possibility, but it will actually force Josh Shapiro to continue moving further to the left. And that's a concern for Pennsylvania because we're not far to the left. We are a very much common sense, everyday, working class type of people that is middle of the road. And so that is an area where I think he is vulnerable. I think that, this budget and the energy stuff that we were able to achieve is certainly going to mitigate some of the energy issues that he's been faced with in terms of Reggie. He's the one that's been supporting it. He's still going to get hit on that going into next year because he's the guy. He's the face of it. He wanted the 30% energy tax, and he is still going to have to answer for that. I think also, he did a 180, and people don't forget, he did a 180 on school choice. He had an opportunity to continue to advance policies that help educate and make sure that families have access to a quality education through school choice, but he chose not to do that. I think he's going to have to answer for that. I also think that, he he just had a 40%, I think, increase in his marketing line that he asked for.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, okay, it's going to be TikTok on steroids with his office.
It's
And he'll
amazing.
be taking credit for all of the great things that the Republicans actually advocated for in the budget. He didn't really advocate for much other than for himself. Budgets are all put together.
Right.
And this was, in particular, was like a 5-party deal. But I will say that I think that there is going to be a lot for him to answer for. I don't know how much more you want me to go into, but the stuff locally in Philly, the Ellen Greenberg stuff, the way that he handled the AG's office, and even how he's handling his own office with the indiscretions and of his staff, with the misconduct. Those are all still going to be things he has to answer for, and it's kind of frustrating. I think we look for a governor to be a true leader and to bring people together and to find solutions, but he's really just like, oh, send me a budget and I'll sign it. You know what I mean? Like there's no vested interest in the future of this Commonwealth. He was willing to pass. His budget proposal was $51 billion, $51.5 billion proposal. It's $1.5 billion more than what we actually wound up spending, and he would have left Pennsylvania in a lurch, assuming he, does go on to run for president and everything else. Down the road, we're facing financial, just constraints. Like, we have budget deficits in the out years with his level of spending, and it's really out of control. It hurts everyday working people when government grows in astronomical rates, and people just can't afford it. We just, and that's what concerns me. It's like, it's always about, Josh first and Pennsylvania, whatever happens, good luck, and that's just not right.
I'm writing it all down. I got the blueprint when we talk with Stacey. Martina, thank you. Thanks so much. And again, thanks for that note about Northeast Philadelphia showing up this time around. That's true. In an off-year election, at least they stood up. To be continued. Thanks, Martina.
You got it. Thanks, Tom. Take care.
Representative Martina White. All right, you heard some of the stuff that's in this. I'm not sure what the Senate's going to do. I think we're hearing mixed messages on that. So is it over with this? And Josh Shapiro is the real threat. If you look to national politics, if he's the nominee, more so than almost any other that I see on the Democrat side. All right, phone lines. We got Dom's Money Melody coming up. You got the side question, 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Dom's Money Melody coming up. Caroline Levitt today, a lot of Epstein stuff, given the release of, 20,000 emails saying no pardon on the docket at this time for Maxwell. You know, if I had to pick one thing, and it's not just President Trump, during all this post-election stuff, Phil Murphy pardoned clemency, dozens and dozens and dozens of people, some of them who committed murder. Got to be constitutionally something to do with the pardoning power. Don't like it. Certainly Maxwell does not deserve a pardon under any circumstances. P. Diddy, no pardon under any circumstances. It's an epidemic. It's not just with President Trump. It's across the board. The abuse of the pardoning power is out of control. And it's going on for a pretty good period of time here. With Biden, the other problem, of course, and I think it will come out ultimately, he didn't know he was pardoning, the auto pen, etc. But aside from that, it was never intended. And Murphy the other day talking about, well, don't you believe in redemption and second chance? Oh, give me a break. Stop it already. I want to see it. Yes, we do believe in that. But we also believe if someone is murdered, first of all, you should get the death penalty, not second chances and clemencies, etc. And Trump doing the same things. Do I see him pardoning Maxwell here? If he does that, you would think anybody listening right now, no matter how deeply you support, you got to say no. You got to send a message, this is out of bounds. And I think, I'm not sure, do we have that cut, Henry? If we don't, I can summarize it. President Trump on with Laura Ingraham, talking about we don't have enough. I think we had it the other day.
I had it the other day.
Yeah,
Let me see
if you have it. Yeah, if you find it here in a second. You may remember about a year ago, we had this a bit with Elon Musk and more of Vivek Ramaswamy, talking about these HB1 visas, bringing people into the country, all of that. And look at what happened to Vivek Ramaswamy, somewhat as a result of that, when he said Americans are too busy worrying about sleepovers. We need to bring people in from these foreign countries. Well, President Trump, with Laura Ingraham, went one better when challenged, and she was right to challenge this, with 600,000 Chinese to be brought in to universities, that we don't have enough talent in this country. We need this. And then to say, that's what MAGA wants. So if you consider yourself MAGA, really? On that, Trump's wrong. Anybody that's deeply America first, et cetera, no. We don't need this. I'm sick and tired of hearing that. I don't see in any walk of life, here and there's someone so brilliant they might enhance. But wholesale, you know what this is about. It's about undercutting Americans in IT fields and things of that nature, just like they undercut Americans by bringing in cheap labor that the Wall Street Journal wants to do and has advocated for at the lower rung. This is America. I'm sick and tired of hearing that. I even think in the world of sports, I'd be very limited. Not a fan of these European players, et cetera. You got to show me. Sure, there could be somebody extraordinary here and there. But by and large, as a talent source, and bringing in 600,000 Chinese students, again, we're worried about espionage. We're worrying about stealing property. We're worrying about a multitude of things that come with that. Now, I don't know. He just got wound up when he was challenged by Ingraham on this. Does he really believe that? Could that really be the case that he thinks he's thinking back to his hotel days or whatever? No, we don't need to bring those students into higher learning. Not at all. We don't need that. This is America. And that's a MAGA principle. That's an America First principle. His argument, well, MAGA wants talent. They want the country to prosper by doing this. Come on. That's just not the case. Anybody that I know, they would reject that out of hand. It's almost silly to hear that. That's about employers wanting to bring in people for their special need and undercut what we'd have to do as far as pricing. So as bad as it is, we just talked to Martina White, American education. We still have the best and the brightest. That ought to be a cardinal principle to let the president know that. I think Ingraham did. Here's a little bit of the exchange.
MAGA folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States. We have about 350,000 Chinese. One point during COVID, you were going to, push to, get them out, but that was pulled back. You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do have a lot of people coming in from China. We always have, China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans
You would have the
of the United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically, black colleges and universities would all be out of business.
Let me stop it. Stop it right there. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about historically black colleges. I don't care about Harvard. I don't care about any of it. If they go out of business, and Ingraham was right on the edge with that, too bad. We're better off. If they can't make it, they can't make it. So, again, the president's perspective on this, and I'm glad Fox is challenging some of this. They're just not rolling over. She said it several times. Too bad. Trump did this stuff with historically black colleges and all that. Running for re-election will appeal to a certain demographic. If they go out of business, they go out of business. Is that a MAGA principle now? We have to keep these colleges in business? No. And again, there are times when President Trump has to be challenged by people who really know what Americans voted for to elect him. Or do you think, no, he knows better, he knows what MAGA is what he's arguing here, and that's it? Ingram was right on point. We don't need these people coming into the country. Colleges can charge a lot more. There's an element with the Chinese particularly of great difficulty. We don't believe in that. I believe America already has the talent. Are you in that? Oh, come on, Dom, now. We don't have it. We need these people. We're going to go downhill. How's that America first? How's that MAGA in any way, shape, or form? Those are fighting words. It's ridiculous. Now, I don't know the aftermath if Trump thinks about it after. There are bad ideas that come out. This week's bad idea was the 50-year mortgage. Horrible idea. No matter how you want to try to spin it and go back and forth. Come on. And I realize we are trying to address, there's a lot of heat on with the issue of affordability now. And they're good to be on that. And I'm still looking at my phone, back and forth. I don't know if we'll have Secretary Besson on tomorrow, but he was on Fox today and laid out the idea. He said they're doing some things that will be dramatic through the tariffs, that you're going to see coffee and banana prices go down dramatically. Okay. This is a tough game with grocery store prices because each one of these commodities, there are different reasons, different things that deal with this. And he also argues wages are going up, and that should counter this. I don't think when you're in the grocery store and you see a shocking price, you think, yeah, but my wages have gone up. I get them on, I would say, even if that's an economic fact, with Besson, who is incredibly sharp. He's one of the best we've ever seen. I don't think people are going to react positively toward that. Now, the Biden excesses were beyond belief. But they try to make that case, well, wages are gone up. So seeing these shocking prices, now we've talked about coffee, for example, people will take that into account. I don't think so. I think grocery store prices are the toughest nut out there to crack. The other stuff, gas going down, absolutely. Mortgage rates, there's progress there. And they're willing to give a little bit more time. But in Jersey, that's what happened this time around. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls, but first, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody. Where has all the money gone?
That's right. We're playing for a pair of tickets to a Charlie Brown Christmas featuring Eric Mintel Quartet on December 11th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Pennsylvania. All right, what do we have today?
Yeah, we're going to let John take this one.
All right, John, what do you have?
We're talking about America
Yes.
today, right? Americana, and what's more American than apple pie? So this is going to be a cover of the song American Pie by Don McLean.
Okay.
And it's going to be in a different language. And this country, Trump tried to annex this country or talked about it,
Okay.
the territories of this country. This language also has no word for please. So those are your clues.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, pop me up there.
There we go. Let's hear it.
Hej med dig, frøken fotomodel. Det tror pokker, at du lokker mig med det understel. Du har solgt mig alt og sat mig i gæld. Men hvad nytter det, jeg køber dit smil? Når det ender med, at jeg tager Restinil. Der var en gang for længe siden, så længe at det snart er glemt. Du var...
Yeah,
All
Don.
right. So I interviewed Don McLean last year at Mulligan's. He wasn't there, but on the phone. So yeah, it was really, it's not a one-hit wonder. He's got a lot of stuff. All right, so we're looking for the country.
We're looking for the country that Trump tried to buy one of their territories.
Right.
And they don't have the word please in their language. Want the language or the country of origin?
Wow, that's an aggressive country.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 855-839-1210. We'll get a winner. You'll go off to the Zlock. Then we'll come to your calls. Is President Trump right? Is that an article of MAGA We just want talent. We don't care where it comes from. And I'd say hell no to that. This is America. We got to hold on to something here in unison. And if you don't believe we have in America to do anything we want in any walk of life and beat the hell out of anybody else, then I don't know what you're doing here. I believe in that, and I'll always believe in that. Is that wrong? Have we lost even that? Meaning, I don't care what the human endeavor is. If we put our mind to it, we will beat them at that. That's what it comes down to. That's America. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I have never traveled once for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Am I an oddity in that regard?
Yes.
I don't think we have ever taken a holiday between Thanksgiving and Christmas to Florida or California or anywhere. Chicago, family, relatives in the Midwest, any of that. And I've traveled a lot in my life. Never have left during this time of year. I have no interest in it, to be honest. Longest trip I think I've ever had is maybe a 45-minute car ride from Bethlehem to Kutztown.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You know, as the air gets cooler and we start spending more time at home, this is the perfect season to give your home a little love, especially the outside. You already know how much I trust Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're family owned. They've been serving our community for more than 30 years, and they truly care about every detail. This November, Chapman is giving you even more reason to start that home upgrade. 20% off new siding plus 24 months of interest-free financing. Terms and conditions apply. Whether it's refreshing your home's curb appeal with new siding, upgrading drafty windows and doors, or even replacing your roof, Chapman makes the process easy, seamless, and beautiful start to finish. They'll take the time to listen, explain your options, and deliver exceptional craftsmanship every time. That is the Chapman difference. Call them or text 610-431-8898. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Schedule your consultation today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, Dom's Money Melody. Listen to the clue, and we're looking for the country.
En fotomodel. Det tror pokker, at du lokker mig med det understel. Du har solgt mig alt.
All right, let's go to Joe in Westchester. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what's the country?
My guess is Greenland.
Is it Greenland? It's no, not Greenland. And I thought of course, from the clue.
Yeah, this country owns Greenland.
Okay. Ralph and Broomall. Ralph, hi. What's the country?
India.
No, India. I didn't know they would own Greenland. That's kind of strange. Colleen and Chalfont. Hey, Colleen, what's the country?
Hi, Tom. Is it Iceland?
You're getting closer. That's very close.
That was a good guess. Bill and Monco, let's see if we can nail it. Bill, what's the country?
Denmark.
There you go. Denmark does own it. That's a country we would negotiate with to buy Greenland. Okay, so Denmark's the answer. Thank you, Bill. You go off to the Zlock for a Charlie Brown Christmas, which does very well every year. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow around 2:13, 2:14. By the way, Mondani, referenced several times today, has named the anti-cop plan architect. In other words, the guy who was the architect of defunding the police to his staff, of course, and saying, well, it's not exactly that he's going to be the driving force. All right, we played you President Trump. There's a little bit more on the Epstein thing now that's come out. And again, look at what we're dealing with here. The email just released during the show in which Epstein, in talking with one of the principals trying to go after Trump on the Stormy Daniels matter, emailed that, you see, I know this is Epstein. I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that 9 lawyers, New York business people, have no idea what it means to have your fixer, Michael Cohen, flip. So again, is that a smoking gun? No, it's not a smoking gun on anything. We're dealing with Epstein here. We're dealing with him talking about Trump. And people that voted for Trump know what they're getting with President Trump. We have been through this several times, some of the downside. Is that an indicator of criminal behavior? No. It's an indicator of Epstein's assessment of how bad of a person he thinks Trump is. Consider the source, and around we go. But there'll be more of this with all the number of emails that are out there. We will see this continue quite a bit. Fox, look, the others are going way overboard. CNN, MSNBC, and coverage. I don't think Fox is giving due to this to try to put it in perspective, but we'll see. And the House shutdown vote today will go that we're going to be out of the shutdown, but still not the repercussions of it. Hope to get Jeff Van Drew on the show tomorrow because Van Drew is one of the votes on the Republican side to say that these files ought to be completely open and done with. And that vote will happen, well, probably in early December, right? After Thanksgiving, we're going to see that. And then we'll see what else comes out of it. But as far as today, it's the key email that Democrats released talked about Trump being alone for hours with one of the girls, but they redacted the name. And it turns out the name is one of them that did not impugn Trump, in fact, gave him a clean bill of health. That's where it stands at this point. I'm looking at the betting markets. They're well over 50% that somehow or another Trump will be impeached over this. Maybe in the end. We've been there, done that. How many times are you going to impeach? Okay, so this is fluid. Sadly, it's going to be the type of stuff that is out there day after day. We're going to hear this. I still think the big story today is Bessent, trying to get him on for you tomorrow. The Secretary of the Treasury, in a couple of interviews today, really addressing affordability and where we're going to go next with this. Putting it in perspective, I told you on Fox and Friends, talking about dramatic prices going down with bananas and coffee. The hard thing with the grocery store prices, there are so many specifics to each market, to each thing. How are we going to do that? On big, broad stuff like energy, we see that going down. Mortgages, we see that going down. So this is a pitch battle over this. Let's go to Dennis in Lafayette Hill on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dennis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, my Rockwell would be Mondavi holding up two gigantic signs in New York City, and the one has a sickle and a hammer, and the other one says "Free at Last." And in the background are all the buildings, and everyone has rent free, with two buses coming by, free rides, and grocery store in the background. Everything's free. That would be a Rockwell picture.
All right. Well, thank you, Dennis. I don't know. Would Rockwell do that? Would Rockwell? I think people are. It's the negativity of the day's over. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Rockwell did not do that. Everybody calling. That's your answer. Okay. The Rockwell shows the part of America that would resist this in the end. Somehow or another depicting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, those aren't the answers that are coming through.
No, people are going with the negative, which is fine. I should have realized that often wins the day, but that's okay. We'll get a winner. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. On the Epstein thing, we're going to cover it. We're going to put it in context. And so far today, that's where we are with those two principal emails. That's all that we can do with it. And we'll see what is unleashed today with the House and the vote on the shutdown and then the follow-up on it. But we are going to be out of the shutdown. The affordability issue, and I have to admit, the reason is this. Logic. I still stick by that. How in the world is Mikey Sherrill and the voters in New Jersey blaming affordability on Trump? Now, just hatred and wanting to get at Trump, I see that there. How are they blaming it on Trump with 25 years of Democrats taxing them, over-regulating them, and continuing to do it? And buying into her saying on day one, I'm going to declare a stop to all this stuff, and that's it. Sometimes it's irrational, and trying to make full sense of it is very difficult. And I think that's what happened in Jersey. That doesn't mean that Republicans don't have lessons to learn from this as far as messaging, how to run a campaign. You always want to take a look at that. But I'm still stunned at the percentages here. And I still want to see, did Trump voters come out? I don't think they did. A base of Trump voters will only vote when he's on the docket. And how is he going to motivate them to come out in the midterms? That's the thing that needs to be done. Even if we see gains on affordability, which are tough on grocery store prices given what Biden did in driving them down. If they are unmotivated to vote, then you're going to lose the midterms. What's the motivation factor? Trump has to calmly, day by day, enforce that message and explain again and again and again, everything will be stopped. It's not an easy thing to do. That's where we're headed. All right, we're headed to at 855-839-1210. Let's see if we can get a winner today. What would Norman Rockwell, what would he do? He passed away on this date in history. That's why we're going Rockwell today. Let's talk about Martin for a moment. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap? Crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best-tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water, and they'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Dwayne, our guy, they're so thrilled when they show you the before and after of the free water test. Let them come out to your home. Let them test that water, and you will be convinced they have the solution that makes sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99 or 3.99% financing. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $309 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At J.G. Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free. The consultation is free. And the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with J.G. Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%, 25% after fees. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. The Dom Giordano Show. Norman Rockwell would approve of that. I think we have some pretty good answers lining up. People starting to get it. Norman Rockwell's not negative about the scene in America. Even if it were difficult, he'd find somebody pushing back in that in a way that reflects it. That's the whole idea of, You're Henry's with the cop picking up the litter, for example.
Yeah.
Or something.
We
of
actually
that
have an
nature.
AI photo of that, too.
Yes.
Put that up on YouTube.
By the way, AI, the number one country song, at least on one chart. Now it comes out today. I'm looking at Breitbart. America's number one country song, Walk My Walk, is AI generated. It seems to indicate that the band called Breaking Rust is, according to Billboard, created by artificial intelligence. You know, again, I'm not saying artificial intelligence is going to take over and we're going to be at war with it or anything of that nature. What I am saying is the downside of this exceeds the upside to me. It truly does. This is just, it ought to be thrown out. It shouldn't count. The Billboard ought to say, no, this does not count.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like,
Simple.
we invented robots so we could be the ones making art and doing
Yes.
leisure, not so they could be doing it.
That's true. The robots don't like their leisure.
They're supposed to be feeding us grapes, not the other way around.
Exactly. And it's country, too. It's not even something you think they might get. Country.
Well, what's the easiest song to write?
Well, maybe, yes. I could
Pickup
just,
truck, beer, my girl.
I could just see the first word or phrase. That might be a side question that comes when you think of a country song. What exact? Yeah, the pickup truck is definitely in there, and something female, something that's going to ride there. I'm not sure that I can tell you the number one word, though, that would be in a country song. Beer, maybe.
Beer might be up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Girl.
Dirt road, cold
road.
beer, blue jeans, or red pickup.
Blue jeans. Yeah, yes. All should be. So AI could do that. But apparently an AI ban is number one. All right, for a change of pace, let's go to the great Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Yes, hello, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
My idea of a Rockwell painting is one inspired by the painting American Gothic, with Donald Trump and Melania in the foreground, with features of the White House in the background.
Not bad. Sir, you told the Henry, too, you're really warming up to Greg Stocker. What's that about, Joe?
Greg, he goes into hilarity as a foil to his serious side.
All right, Joe, duly noted. Well, I had to drag it out of him when we got there finally. All right, we're finally getting it. That's the side question. Norman Rockwell passed away. I thought I knew a lot about him. Didn't know he was the architect of the Rosie the Riveter campaign, among other things. One other thing to take a look at, too, and we'll see in coming days how this plays out. The bishops, the U.S. bishops, have elected a new presidente. And this guy apparently has some conservative leanings. He's been involved with conservatives. And yet, even though he's going to be the head guy, the whole message of this election, the vice president, and somewhat the body of bishops is immigration, meaning illegal immigration. That is their number one issue. My God, how did an institution become so misguided with what is right in front of them? They're the institution of life. Democrats are saying devout Catholic, anti-life, extremist on abortion. And yet the bishops are focused in on something that they are. Oh, by the way, too, DJ sent that Pope Leo has issued his 4 favorite films. And it's pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if you saw it.
Criterion Closet, yeah.
Let me see if I can pull them up. They were not bad. At least I didn't see any trail there. I thought they were, sort of pleasing. I don't know that I would say they're my 4 favorites, but let's see. It's a Wonderful Life is one. That's solid. The Sound of Music. Here's the one that, Life is Beautiful, current 1997.
Yeah.
Okay. And the one that's surprising because it's a bit disturbing, Ordinary People, starring Donald Sutherland and Mary Tyler Moore. Disturbing in that Mary Tyler Moore plays a mom in that. Not so good. One kid commits suicide, and there's a whole thing with the other kid. And Donald Sutherland, as I remember, it just kind of goes along with her, but she's pretty difficult. And to see Mary Tyler Moore as that, it's like maybe that's part of it.
That's jarring, yeah.
Yeah, jarring.
That's what makes it so like, oh, it's Mary Tyler Moore. It's going to be upbeat. It's going to be
Norman
it's
Rockwell.
Norman Rockwell.
Yeah, yes. And the Pope says ordinary people.
Yeah, that's an interesting 4.
Well, it shows he's a little bit connected more than most of these popes. In the sense, Pope Francis, God knows what he would say, gibberish, you know.
He likes movies directed by men named Robert.
Yes,
3 of these movies are directed by Roberts.
But I think those are solid. I haven't seen I know of it, The Beautiful Life, but Ordinary People just jarred me. Wow. That is, I got to go back and look at that, but that is a pretty jarring, disturbing type of film. All right, we are ready for the lightning round here today. We got to get a really spectacular winner out of Norman Rockwell today after all these negatives, Kensington Avenue and the like. One had Norman Rockwell, people at dinner, they're agreeing with me. Then they say it's a blue light because people are all on their phones. Ugh. I don't think Norman Rockwell would do it. I think there would be that, but there'd be some happy ending, if you will, some sliver of hope in there.
I can see him doing that. I don't know if it'd be like a group of people. I can see someone like sitting alone at a diner.
Okay.
Or something like
phone.
that. Like it's still American, but it's like, they're just sitting there, a cup of coffee and their phone.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think people are up on their Norman Rockwell. It's people holding hands praying at a diner or a train station.
Yeah, you would think like a Nighthawks type photo.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you can get in, though. Maybe you've never called. If you know Norman Rock, what would work Americana today? What would be something hopeful? 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Gold is around $4,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped with 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 30 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening this week through Friday. 2 locations. In Media at the Hampton Inn, or in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel. Gold is hot right now, so don't wait. Call 609-781-6559. Go to estatesroadshow.com for locations. estatesroadshow.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. All right. Put your positive lenses on. Norman Rockwell passed away, and we're trying to say, in modern America, what would he seize on to find a positive note? It's been a little bit difficult today. All right, Chef Dave in Oakland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave, what would yours be?
All right. Picture this. During the 90s, when the Crips and the Bloods in Los Angeles were, whacking each other, the iconic American icon, greatest football player ever, Jim Brown, invites them all
Stop
to
yourself.
his...
Wait a minute. Stop. We can't say that enough. Without doubt, the greatest football player ever. There's not even a second place.
Wow.
But continue.
Nope.
Yeah.
There's not a second place.
Yeah.
The greatest ever. So he invites the heads of all the gangs of Los Angeles to his mansion in California, and he sits them down and he has them draw up a peace treaty. So there's Norman Rockwell drawing the picture of Jim Brown, that iconic hat he always wore, signing a peace treaty to help save young American lives.
Thank you, Chef Dave. Boy, that's outside the box. That's a little bit
Yeah. Oh, no, these last few calls I've taken, I'm like, oh, now we're getting into it.
Just Google, I hope the picture's there, of Jim Brown holding onto the goalpost, which used to be right on the goal line or near, as almost the entire other team is trying to push him out of the end zone, and they can't. Let's go to Thad in Abington. Hey, Thad, what do you have today?
Hey, Don, great show. Thanks. I've always thought about the neighborhood fundraiser car wash for either the cheerleaders or for a local sports team.
Yes. Now, that's Norman Rockwell. That's a modern America. Thank you, Chad. You broke in the code. That is very positive, and I think Rockwell could have a lot of fun with that. Yeah. That's it. Finally, at the end. This was a good idea.
Only took till 2:51.
I know. Bill and Bucks. All right, Bill, what's yours?
Well, yeah, I'm a big Ronald Reagan fan, with his 11th Commandment and 80-20 rule and all that. And I could picture Norman Rockwell's poster on Life magazine of Ronald Reagan at the Brandenburg Gate, looking up and pointing at the wall and saying, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
Absolutely. And remember, the little bureaucrats didn't want him to put that line in. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, ties it
They
together.
always don't want to put the line in that we remember. I'm sure Kennedy asked not what you can do for your country, but no, ask not what your country can do for you. No, I'm George Costanza now.
Sir, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Gary in Newtown. That's right. Gary, what do you have, Gary?
In light of the car wash, this is not a winner, but it's a winner for me. It'll be Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore, gilded in gold.
All right, that would be something that may happen. The gold definitely would be there.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Trump is now arguing the gold is not from Home Depot. There's a raging dispute today that it is. Some of the gold in the White House. I think they have fancy golds.
Okay.
Yeah, but apparently the other side
I can see him cheaping out a little bit.
Can you imagine, even with Epstein out there, they're arguing over the gold. Is it from Home Depot? Zenos in Upper Darby. Hi, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, and all the gang over there. Mine will have to be with Norman Rockwell because he is truly Americana. It would have been the Veterans Day Parade in media at State Street with all the figures coming down, the Army, the bands and everything. and the people waving their flags all cuddled up like it was cold yesterday. He was truly Americano. But don't forget, we also had another one, was the Wyatts. They were from Delaware County, and they were all illustrators too. But that would be the grand one for me, is the Veterans Day Parade down State Street in Media.
Gotcha. And, of course, due to the mayor. Hope Bob's doing well. Nothing like the media parades. They turned it out second to none. And Dennis in Salem County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dennis, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, when I think of Norman Rockwell, I think little moments in life, not big moments. So I think like a cold day where maybe a husband is by the garage pulling out the Christmas lights, like a box with the lights spilling out, the ladder pulled out. Maybe the two wives, his and the neighbors, are at the property line talking about breaking down their gardens for the fall. And then it's got to be a hint of modern. So maybe a DoorDash is dropping off dinner, or the kids being dropped off from Uber. Just so you know that it's the modern version of decorating your house.
That is a brilliant answer.
Yeah, he went all the way through.
I go with Dennis on that.
Yeah, I think Dennis is the winner. If
Yeah.
not him, then Chef Dave or Thad Navington.
They were both good, but Dennis, it did work in the end.
Yeah,
yes,
it did
Norman
work.
Rockwell did succeed. You couldn't stop us with the negatives. I like that, the hint of the modern in there, the DoorDash
Absolutely.
or Uber, and what they're doing. All right, so Henry off to Newark at 2 p.m. flight tomorrow, right?
Yeah, 2:55.
All right, let's set the over and under of that flight getting out of there at 2:55. He'll settle if it's 5 hours later.
As long as it's that night, I'm fine.
Okay. All right, but we'll continue tomorrow with John and able troops sitting in for Henry as he heads to Charleston. I'm tracking Santa. That would be Scott Besson. I don't know if he's going to land tomorrow or not. Will it be affordable? But we have a lot tomorrow. We got a great side question, too. Rich Cioli is in the on-deck circle. He's ready to go for 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And Norman Rockwell, you are a great American. Without a doubt, Talk Radio 1210.